Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Almighty God, we ask you to guide us in all of our discussions, to show goodness, honesty, understanding and wisdom in all that we undertake for the benefit of the city of Joondalup and its residents. May we respect each other's views at all times, and we ask all of this in your name. Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Nala Kadich, Wajak Murat, Kain Kardak, Nijabuja, we acknowledge Noongar people as the original custodians of this land, and I declare this council meeting officially open at 6:30 p.m. In accordance with the recording and live streaming of council meetings council policy, this meeting will be video recorded and live streamed on the city's website, with the exception of confidential items and periods of adjournment as determined by the presiding member. Cameras have been positioned in such a way as to avoid members of the public. However, by being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their images may be live streamed to the public, and recordings will also be made available on the city's website following the meeting. The official record of this meeting will be the written minutes kept in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and any relevant regulations. Next item of business is declarations of interest. I've received a number, please bear with me. First from Councillor Pizzey for item 13.1.9, venue hire fees and charges policy. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as Councillor Pizzey has family members who play for Kingsley Junior Football Club and Whitford's Hockey Club. A declaration from Councillor Vinciulo for item 13.1.9, venue hire fees and charges policy review. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as Councillor Vinciulo is the president of the Joondalup Symphony Orchestra, Whitford's, and they use the Whitford's Senior Citizens venue. A declaration from myself for item 14.2, confidential Sorrento Beach enclosure. This one is a financial interest, as I do work for Thompson Gear, but I do not work on City of Joondalup matters there. Next declaration from the Deputy Mayor for 13.1.9, venue hire fees and charges policy review. This is an interest that may affect impartiality, as Councillor Hill has routine engagement with Joondalup Brothers as members of the Arena Community Sports and Recreation Association in the North Ward. Further declaration from myself for item 12.4, confidential status of legal actions report. It's a financial interest, again, as I do work for Thompson Gear but do not work on City of Joondalup matters there. Further declaration from myself for item 12.9, list of payments made during the month of January 2025, interest that may affect impartiality due to part-time work that I do for Thompson Gear but do not work on City of Joondalup matters there. And a further declaration from Councillor Kingston for item 12.8, minutes of the annual general meeting of electors. This is an interest that may affect impartiality in relation to motion 1, 5 and 8, and 16, Councillor Kingston is the Secretary of the Friends of Yalagonga Regional Park. Also from Councillor Kingston for item 12.8, minutes of the annual general meeting, an interest that may affect impartiality in relation to motion 2 and motion 13. A number of members of the Lakeview Contemplation Committee are known to Councillor Kingston. Further declaration from Councillor Hutton for item 13.1.9, venue hire fees and charges policy. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as Councillor Hutton and his direct family are involved with a number of organisations affected by the policy, and a declaration of interest that may affect impartiality from Councillor Hutton for 12.2, that Councillor Hutton's family operates a business in the Joondalup Central Business District. Are there any further declarations? If not, thank you. We proceed to public question time. There's a set of procedures which relates to public question time, and I'll request that you follow my direction at all times. You'll have an opportunity to ask 2 questions. Your questions should be directed to the chair and also asked in a polite and respectful manner. As required by the meeting procedures, please also state your name and address for the public record before asking your question. I go for our first question, Mrs. Pat Ryan.
Well, do I stay at my chair or do I go here?
Sorry, Mrs. Ryan. No, please come to the microphone and just if you could give us your name and street, that would be handy.
Okay, so it's Pat Ryan and I live on Archway Street in Joondalup.
Thank you.
One of my questions is about parking. I live on Archway Street. I live opposite 10 units which are over 55s units. They're all elderly and really struggling with the parking. They've applied for help and they've been told there's not really much that they can do. A lot of them have carers so that they can remain in their own homes, and they might have 3, 4, 5 different carers a day, and the parking is asking these elderly people to change the parking permit every time.
Is there a question?
Yeah, are they going to do, is the council going to do something about this to assist these elderly people?
So there are 2 items on tonight's agenda to do with parking in the Joondalup City Centre, both parking strategy and also this item specifically in response to a notice to motion.
So there's no point in me asking
they'll be considered later in the meeting. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. M. Dennis, is that correct? Or the first name on the register? Mr. Martin Dickey.
Can I ask a point of order?
Do you have a point of order?
Yeah, my point of order is around about the question. Why could the initial question not receive a response from the administration?
It's at the chair's discretion, and I gave the response because it's something for the council to deliberate, which is my usual practice, if you observe, and I think I gave a similar question at the ordinary council meeting last month, Councillor Hutton. So matters that are within the council's discretion and purview, I don't generally put officers in a position to answer. The question, as I understood it, is why, will the council do something? Well, that's not something officers can answer. That's a decision for the council later tonight. Thank you. Mr. Dickey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the report of committees, item 13.1, and on page 113 of the present agenda, I read, consultancy costs associated with the delivery of phase 3 engagement are within the project funds allocated by council. Could the Mayor please inform the meeting what that allocation is?
Now, that is one I'm definitely sending to the Director. Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The city, I'm just trying to recall the specific figure of what we've appointed the consultants to undertake phase 3 of the local planning strategy review project being. I do believe it's around $370,000, but I'm happy to take that question on notice and confirm following council meeting once I have access to that information.
Thank you. Do you have a second question, Mr. Dickey?
I think it's probably going to get the same answer. What have we already spent on phases 1 and 2?
And you may need to take that on notice, but Director Lee?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I will take that on notice, but happy to provide that information as a follow-up to the council meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. I think Mr. Sidiris was waving at me in the back. Mr. Sidiris.
Yeah, Mitch Sidiris. Yes, apologies for the scribble, Mr. Mayor. With in regards, let me just, I understand the city has to deal with insurances and things like that. That's why it relates to the AGM. In the, I understand the city has public liability for resident ratepayer associations, and a number of those associations are listed and generally follow the associations as listed on the community directories. In there, and there's some of those are defunct, can you please explain why the Mullo Beach Community Group is not listed, even though we've been incorporated as a resident association since 2009? And can I have a copy
Director
of the...
Humphrey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have to take the question notice and follow up with the team that manages the website tomorrow. It's likely that when the website was updated that the data wasn't correctly updated, and then we'll need to find the correct data and make sure it's updated.
Mr. Sidiris, do you have a second question?
Couldn't understand the question, the answer. Sorry, can you just repeat?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we will check tomorrow what exactly is on the website now, and then check that against our records and make sure it's correct.
Thank you. Do you have a second question, Mr. Sidiris?
Yeah, cool. Okay. With regards to some of these answers, and I understand that the volunteer insurance is, or the policy that the city's got, according to these answers, and I also note that the preamble is not included to give clarity to the question. In here, it indicates that volunteers undertaking voluntary work are all covered. Can you please advise why the Mullu Beach Community Group has been told in writing by the City of Joondalup that it has to go and get its own public liability and volunteer accident insurance, which seems to be
Director
at
Humphrey,
odds to the question.
Mr. Sedaris, please don't talk over me. Thank you. Director Humphrey, I think the answer will be the same, but Director Humphrey?
Through Mr Mayor, the issue is whether or not people are doing work for a community group or the city itself. So where we have friends groups doing work, the city would otherwise have to undertake in nature reserves and that sort of activity. The city can provide insurance through our insurance policies. Where an incorporated community group is undertaking its own activities, we're not able to cover that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sedaris.
Seems at odds.
Dr. Alexander Komarok? Apologies, sir, if I got that wrong.
My name's Alex Komarek. I'm a Joondalup resident living on 7 Kachara Crescent. I have a question regarding the daycare centre currently being built on number 1 Kachara Crescent, about 3 houses down from myself. My question is essentially, has anyone on this council or the Planning Commission read the environmental impact or traffic management statements that are a part of the design proposal, and does the council intend to rectify any of the significant shortcomings? Essentially, the entirety of the documents are not being met by the construction process and by the builders working on the site. I have some examples including Portaloo being left tipped on its side for several days with sewage spilling all over the street that I could smell in my kitchen several houses down. Trucks parked on a blind corner for pretty much all day repeatedly for the past 12 months whenever building is taking place. Building works taking place on Sundays where the Joondalup City Council regulations specifically prohibit that without a permit, and they did not have a permit. And with respect to the environmental and traffic impact statements in the application such as there will be no impact on local traffic, and then the following statement saying that there will be an additional 122 vehicle trips a day for a single entry no-through road, which will massively impact local traffic.
So I'll just capture that question if I can rephrase it a bit as I send it to the director. What can and is the city doing to ensure compliance at the construction site and compliance with approvals? Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. The city took into account the reports that were provided as part of the application in assessing and approving the development. It was approved under delegated authority, and so our elected members wouldn't have been involved in that process. In terms of the construction activity that's currently underway, the city does have an ability to intervene and follow up on potential breaches of conditions of the planning approval itself, or if there have been breaches against the noise regulations. And that's something that's recently been brought to our attention, and that's something our compliance team is now investigating.
Thank you. Do you have a second question?
Yes, I have a second question. If the majority of the noise and traffic and environmental impact applications are found to essentially be misleading, which I believe is the case, what, if any, action can, or was any attempt made to verify whether they were true, and can any action be taken by the city now that the daycare is almost complete?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. For reports that are prepared in support of an application, the city does undertake its own assessment. So in relation to traffic, for example, traffic reports are usually underpinned by modelling that will estimate the number of vehicles that the development will generate and therefore what the potential impact on the road network would be. The city doesn't necessarily accept the modelling or the assumptions that's inbuilt into the model on face value. Our own traffic engineers review the inputs and ensure we're comfortable with the outcome. In relation to the noise and a noise management plan, that sets out various obligations and requirements for the operator to adhere to. If they're found not to meet those, then the city can take action to ensure that they are met. And conversely as well, there is still an underlying obligation on the operator to meet the noise regulations. And so even if the management strategies that they said they'd put in place are being observed, but they're still breaching the noise regulations, there is the opportunity for the city to ensure that further treatments are put in place so they're meeting their statutory obligation.
Thank you. Thanks for your questions. Mr. Lee Bradbury.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, the same situation as Dr. Alex here. That I live in Concharo as well, and obviously, I had a letter from this planning authority in 2019, which I opposed. 4 years had lapsed between planning applications and obviously my opposal, to find out that the government had actually extended their planning applications through the COVID period and obviously didn't make local residents aware. I kind of felt that there should have been a due diligence from the council to let people know of current planning applications which were in the system, to just find out that then we have a residential daycare being built in a cul-de-sac on the corner of a very small street, of obviously which they're going to, I think, 30 children are going to be there every day. So I just wondered how this slipped through the council's fingers without showing any kind of due diligence to the residents to let us know that this is still, application was in process.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Our current, our typical approach in relation to approvals issued, that we do inform anyone that made a submission of the outcome. I'm happy to follow up in relation to this specific one to see if that process was adhered to and residents were advised of the outcome of the application. In relation to the broader extension of the approval timeframe, all planning applications do have a timeframe attached to them in which they're required to commence construction. Through the COVID years, as you pointed out, the state government provided a blanket approach whereby they extended the approval timeframes. It wouldn't be typical for the city to advise residents that an application timeframe has been extended, but as I mentioned, it would be typical for us to inform residents of at least the outcome of the application and that approval has been granted, and that therefore that allows a development to take place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Joanne Giroux. Apologies, and you did correct me at the briefing session.
It's pretty good. Good evening, Mayor and councillors and everyone here tonight. Joanne Grorud, 27-9 Wakatipu Way, Joondalup. My question is in relation to item 2.8, motion 15. Question 1, is the city aware of the dollar value of payments the Therapeutic Goods Administration has received from the COVID vaccine manufacturers between 1st of July 2019 and 1st of July 2024?
I mean, it's not something that the city directly engages in, but there was a range of information about those payments that was presented in deputations at the briefing sessions. I don't know if any officer has any further comments. So I guess a range of that information was presented from third-party deputations at the briefing session, yes.
Well, following on from that, question 2, The figure is $45 million was paid to the TGA in the last 5 financial years. Does the city consider there is any conflict of interest when the TGA, the regulator, is paid by the industry that it is supposed to regulate?
Council, I propose an extension to public question time for a period of 10 minutes. Seconded Deputy Mayor by show of hands. Those in favour? Those against? Thank you. Declare that carried. The city wouldn't have a particular view on that, but I suppose in many ways I would make it comparable to the city collects fees from proponents for development applications. They are processed and then the city makes a decision on those. Those fees and charges that the city collects are essentially a cost recovery mechanism. My personal view is that would not form a conflict of interest in that form.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Lorraine Schroeder.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Lorraine Schroeder, Hobie Place, Ocean Reef. My question is in relation to the Electors AGM, item 12.8, motion 15. And following on from the questions just raised with regard to the TGA, does the city believe that this is the reason behind why the TGA will, 1, not challenge the COVID vaccine manufacturers on their products, and 2, halt the vaccine rollouts?
It's not something that the city has a position on.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. A. Jarvis.
G'day. It's to do with the parking permits, and I just think that the old idea was a lot better, was just you having a card, but now we've got to go through all the process of into your phone and then figure out how on earth you got to change it. It's so hard for older people. I'm not just for myself. There's a lot of old people that do not understand. So I think it's a bit biased by just going ahead and making it into our life into a computer world where we have to change the number of the car. There's so many things, and it's so much confusing.
Can I bring you to a question, please, Mr. Jarvis?
Oh, right. It's going to carry on, is it? The computerisation in the number system and not having...
Well, I can't prejudge what the council might decide, but I don't foresee any outcome that doesn't include some form of digital system.
I'm sorry, I should have said I live around here, so it's 8 Fantail Pass, Alvin Jarvis. But yeah, so I'd just like to say that we oppose this decision.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Jarvis. Are there any further questions? Mr. Perez? I'll get you next, Ms. McDonald. Seeing you.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors and everyone here. I would like to ask, does the CEO use artificial intelligence when redacting the answers or the recommendations in today's meeting agenda?
Mr. CEO?
Through you, Presiding Member, thank you for your question. The City has a policy for officers to comply with when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence in the preparation of documents. You can operate on the assumption that if there is no reference to AI being used, then you can assume that AI has not been used.
Thank you. Do you have a second question?
Okay, thank you. And yes, I do. And does the city staff use artificial intelligence when replying to members of the community questions submitted online?
Mr. CEO?
Through you, Presiding Member, and thank you for the question. As I said before, the use of artificial intelligence tools is subject to a clear policy by the administration, which officers are expected to follow.
Thank you. Ms McDonald?
Mary MacDonald, 5 Mayor Place, Mullaloo. On behalf of the Mullaloo Beach Community Group and as Treasurer, I'm totally confused as to whether or not I should be getting public liability insurance for adults and children, given the answers to the questions in the agenda and the answers given to Mr. Sidiris. Is it possible for you to write to me directly and tell me that for all authorised activities, which ours are, on the dunes, the people that attend there are covered?
I think it might be easier to take that on notice and then you'll get a written response. Director Humphrey?
That's correct. We'll take the question on notice, provide a written response in the morning.
In answer to your question, we'll take it on notice so you get the written response you're asking for.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Ms McDonald. Any further questions, please?
Mr. Mayor and councillors, I would like to speak on the parking.
Can I just get, first of all, this is, and I've let it, just hear me out.
I'm Kerrist Barker. I live at 15 Queensbury Road in Joondalup.
Thank you. The second point I'll make, and I know that I've been a bit more lenient than I usually am in council meetings, but this is question time. We have statement time to follow.
No, okay.
I will bring you to a question, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
I wish to ask for the carers who come to the elderly or the disabled, will they have to fill out their own applications? What is, and how will all of them be registered? Is every carer, like you're saying, at the moment, at the moment, I'm with Catholic Care. Will they be invited to register, or will it only be certain ones?
Thank you. Director Lee?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. We're looking at a range of options, and there are a range of options available for residents that receive a degree of at-home care. Certainly residents are able to use their own permits and allow their carers to register their number plates. There is also the opportunity for care agencies themselves to access what's called a service provider permit that allows the agency to manage and operate a permit of their own, and so residents aren't required to undertake that action. We're also investigating a scheduled permit which would allow the resident or the carer to set up a schedule whereby they know that they're coming on a certain day and a certain time, and that will almost be automated. So we are sensitive and aware of the feedback we've received around the transition to e-permits, particularly for residents that do have carers that visit them frequently, and so are looking to put in a range of different supports for carers and those residents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That concludes public question time. We now proceed to public statement time. There's a set of procedures which relates to public statement time, and I'll request that you follow my direction at all times. You're able to make a statement for up to 2 minutes. Your statement should be directed to the chair and be polite and respectful. No question or discussion will occur at the end of your statement. And as per question time, please state your name and address for the public record when making your statement. As is our practice, we maintain a register for people who wish to ask questions, to make statements. We also do one for questions. I'll commence there. I note that we have quite a number of names down to make a statement, so I will, in the interest of getting through as many as possible, prioritise people who haven't yet asked a question, and then if we have time permitting, we'll go back to those who've asked a question as well. For our first statement, Mrs. Linda Crawford.
Good evening, Mayor, Councillors. Linda Crawford, Goron Road, Duncraig. Thank you for listening to deputations on AGM Motion 15 at the last briefing session. Since then, a further 2 councils, Mundaring-Shire and Alexandria in South Australia, have passed similar motions. Recently, in Slovakia, I quote, "A government-appointed official has revealed that plasmid DNA genetic material capable of integrating into human DNA has been found in every single batch of Pfizer and Moderna vaccines analysed in the country. Dr. Kotler has urged the Attorney-General to act immediately and called on the scientific community to take these findings seriously. He also appealed to the media to fulfil their duty to inform the public about such critical issues," end quote. Russell Broadbent MP recently wrote the editors of The Australian along with a collective of concerned Australians and requested, amongst other things, the investigation of the unanswered question of vaccine contamination. We are not asking that you form a medical opinion. However, we have presented concerning data and ask that our council advocates on our behalf. We have lost trust in the rigour of the TGA and our government-elected members are not listening. We must fully investigate these matters to protect us, our children and grandchildren from medical mishap in the future, especially considering we now have an mRNA factory in Victoria and another soon to open in Sydney. Therefore, we will see a lot more of this mRNA technology. I believe to move forward, we must learn from experience, assist those who've been injured and prevent further unnecessary harms. We must demand transparency and accountability and put an end to the censorship of science forever. Human dignity and well-being must always come before profit, and the only way to move past a problem is to stand and face it. If we do nothing, we become a part of the problem, inevitably leading to more suffering. I strongly encourage you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Hewitt.
Good evening, Beth Hewitt for Edgewater Community Residents Association. Our first motion was on foxes. There is a huge problem, and the longer you as land managers delay taking action, the more damage that is being done to our native species. Don't delay in the actions stated in the report, but please emphasise the urgency to these agencies. Foxes hunt every day, and waiting until spring to undertake controls will ensure many more needless deaths in our wildlife. With budget time coming, it's time to refocus your priorities to reflect the communities. $367,000 was spent on advertising for the 3-week Joondalup festival, versus just approximately $16,000 in a year for foxes. 1/10 moved over would make a significant contribution. Motion 12, trees. The council should not wait for the local housing strategy to activate a tree protection policy. It needs to be a separate and standalone policy coming into effect now. To conflate the issues within the housing strategy will only continue the destruction of the tree canopy, as the review has dragged on for many years. I am not aware of any decisions that says every property in the city will be available for densification, so bringing forward a separate tree protection policy based on the Walga template, which would ensure the bulk of trees are protected with little impact to the local housing scheme. Follow the lead of Nedlands, Cambridge, Fremantle and other councils to protect the canopy. They too are facing densification, but have listened to their communities and achieved a workable tree protection policy. By the way, you're aware of the sudden death of a large marri in Sandalford Park, another piece of our vital tree canopy gone. Motion 18 verges.
Thank you, Mrs. Stewart. Emma Copeland.
Emma Copeland, 22 Ensign Way, Belden. Our urban canopy is in jeopardy. 2020 data say just 16% remains across Perth. It's the lowest city tree cover in the country. With colliding biodiversity and climate crises, it's imperative to protect our large trees, for the wildlife struggling to live in a hot city and for our communities. Trees matter. Trees cool our hard, shiny, built-up landscapes and reduce the effects of climate change. Trees are rainmakers and air filters. They are homes for birds and animals. They improve our mental health and protect us from disease. The City of Joondalup has a modest tree planting program, but that's only half an environmental strategy. As our summers now last well into autumn and begin in early spring, we need our mature trees to help us in the heat. On Sunday, we lost 25 hectares of Yellowgonga Park. We don't yet know how many trees burnt in that fire. I urge the Council to adopt the WA Local Government Authority's local planning policy on tree retention. Use WELGA's policy to prevent mature trees on private property from being cleared without development approval. So many big trees are lost during subdivision and demolition. 5 Perth councils have passed policies on tree retention. The most recent was the City of Fremantle on 13th March with unanimous council approval. A further 4 councils are progressing towards adopting the policy. These local governments recognise the vital role that trees play in our communities. The City of Joondalup must do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Kwok.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Crowthorpe Ocean Reef. Good evening, Mayor, Councillors. The annual electorals meeting, AGM, is the one opportunity each year for electors to table motions, debate key issues and vote on matters of importance to our community. We appreciate the councillors taking the time to listen to the concerns of residents and gain a deeper understanding of the issues that matter to us. These concerns span governance, transparency, and accountability, as well as health, well-being, and environmental issues. We also raise motions addressing state government overreach, particularly the lack of accountability in decision-making processes, such as ignoring community consultation on telecommunications infrastructure and dismissing emerging evidence of harm from experimental mRNA injections. Following up from the February Council meeting on the Sorrento housing development via the SDAU, I engaged with over a dozen election candidates during early voting period. Alarmingly, only 2 demonstrated a solid understanding of the State Development Assessment Unit, SDAU, and its impacts on communities. Neither was elected. And 1 sitting member did not even recognize the acronym SDAU. Political donations from big pharmaceutical companies, major developers, and foreign corporations continue to influence state government priorities, often at the expense of community welfare. However, local councils remain in a strong position, less swayed by external pressures, and more attuned to what best serves residents. If you, as our elected representatives, do not stand up for us, no one will. We urge the Council to support the motions put forward at this AGM and take meaningful steps to address the concerns raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. Jacqueline Hope.
Good evening, everyone. Jacqueline Hope, Belden. This evening, the members who constitute the Council of COJ will be asked once again to advocate on our behalf to the governing bodies who can implement changes to do so. I'm here this evening to give my sincere thanks to Councillor Pizzey for her continued support of Brian Omondi and all the councillors who voted for the installation of the LifeVac equipment to be installed at the establishments under the jurisdiction of the COJ. Brian posted on his Facebook page that last week the life of a 2-year-old little toddler, Maddie, from South Australia, was brought back from the brink of death by her parents, who successfully used LifeVac following a choking incident. The hospital staff noted that they had indeed saved her life because of LifeVac. Often we forget that while COJ's endless hours of commitments to the remit of rates, roads and rubbish is successfully met yearly, this decision to be the first council to implement LifeVac alongside the heart defibrillator equipment will incentivise other councils to follow suit. I sincerely hope that both pieces of equipment gather dust and are never used, because that would mean no one's life was at risk, but when needed would stop another parent going through the tragedy that Brian has experienced, of knowing, had LifeVac been available, his child might have lived. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Hope. For our next question, Mr Graham Stickland.
Graham Stickland, 55 Atwick Way, Craigie, Chairman of the Whitfords Community Ratepayers and Recreation Association. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My members' interest is in tonight's agenda item 13.1.9. I encourage all the councillors to be curious and ask questions on this agenda item. The supporting paper is in a very positive tone. In this case, the city is estimating to make perhaps $800,000. Community and supporting groups have passed on your charges and increased their fees. The policy is a barrier to any new community group or even an existing one that wants to use the facility. They would need to find some money first and obtain a public liability insurance policy. For example, the local Lions clubs are struggling to pay their fees as well because their constitutions prevent them from using money raised from fundraising to pay your charges. They must pass this charge directly on to all their members. Hard to believe, but there is more bookable time. It must be available, as the groups that have now closed since the Woodvale Scouts closed now add Mullaloo, Belden and Joondalup groups to the list, who have recently all just closed. Several smaller churches have also totally moved out of community facilities. We do not expect, I guess, the council to change its mind in any time soon, but just a little bit of heart needs to be shown to the Whitford seniors who are planning to shut down their program due to their estimated bill being $34,000. They can see it coming and they're a bit worried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Stickland. Tessa Esperon.
Good evening. My name is Tessa Esperon of 9 Call Road, Belden, for motion 12.85. In addition to my statement last fortnight, I would like to add the following. Foxes are prolific breeders and can produce up to 12 cubs a year with no predators. They will cause significant pressures after this fire event over the weekend, with the depletion of the wildlife's habitat, predating exposed turtles and wildlife who've lost their habitat. The contracted fox trapper tracked 2 cubs over 2 days before they were euthanised, and they ate 68 turtles in the breeding season in 2 days. We saw a fox run 300 metres north of Duffy House from the fires, so there is valid concerns for the wildlife left in that area. I would like to report that in the last 2 weeks, City of Coburn recently increased the funding for fox abatement program to $50,000. And we are imploring the CEO to please reciprocate the efforts of other councils to tackle this important issue and increase that current funding in this area, which is $16,000. We need to advocate for our wildlife who have no voice. With council support, we can hopefully give wildlife the help it needs to exist in our future. They provide a huge value to our community. We have people engaging with our nature reserves every day. We need to do more to protect the wildlife within it, as they provide many benefits. And yes, it's not monetary, but it's just as important. We are asking council and government to assist more greater funding to subsidise the current fox abatement program of Yellow's Gonga, as we are the advocates for our wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. And Suzanne Apps.
Suzanne Apps, 11 Pennant Place, Woodvale, haven't moved. In regards to the ADM motion seeking assistance with native wildlife, you may be thinking that this is a bit of a storm in a teacup, something overblown by over-enthusiastic wildlife warriors. Sadly, it's not. As provided in my presentation, the calls for help on social media are constant and have been there for years. However, as the traffic congestion increases on Woodvale Drive with the ever-shrinking habitat and the continual developments on the edge of Yellowlonga, the roos are increasingly finding their ways onto the City of Joondalup roads, verges and public open spaces. We can debate who is and who isn't responsible, but what is clear is there is a moral consideration for humane treatment of animals. It's all about being a good citizen. As detailed in my presentation, the options for ratepayers to find help is limited. It relies solely on the generous nature of wildlife volunteers like Lynn and Tessa, who are both here today. If a volunteer isn't available, the last option is to call the police. We've asked the city to reinstate the ranger services to attend to the incidences. This has not been supported by the administration. We realise that gun laws and animal training limit what type of hands-on assistance can be given. However, the city could be a central point to coordinate and access help for volunteers and or the police. There is another consideration too with the changes to gun laws. There will be a shortage of volunteer shooters, which will only compound the problem and lead to the public calling the police to manage incidents on the City of Joondalup land. The whole solution is problematic. The do-nothing approach doesn't work to solve the problem. I hope that you can support the wider community who have regularly voiced their support of our native wildlife and ask that you direct the city to provide a real long-lasting solution to what will be an ever-increasing bigger issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Apps. That concludes public statement time. Next item of business is apologies and leaves of absence. Councillor Hamilton Prime is currently on a leave of absence, and other than that, we have a full house. Are there any requests for a leave of absence, councillors? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just 13th to the 18th of April inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. From the 27th of March until the 12th of April inclusive.
Thank you. Further requests? If not, can I have a mover then for the motion before us? Moved Councillor O'Neill, seconded Councillor Vinciulo. By a show of hands, those in favour? Those against? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item of business is confirmation of minutes. Can I have a mover that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 25th of February be confirmed as a true and correct record? Moved Councillor Kingston, seconded Deputy Mayor. Is there any questions on the minutes? If not, I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes on the screen before you. Declare the voting closed and that item is carried. Next item of business, item 9, announcements by the presiding member without discussion. The Joondalup Festival 2025 has started off with a bang, and the good news is there is still plenty of festival fun to be had. This year's festival program offers unusual experiences in unusual places at unusual prices. Named the best cultural arts and music event in Australia in 2023, Joondalup Festival is something that we're incredibly proud of at Perth's northern home of the arts. With more than 50 installations, performances and activations on offer, Joondalup Festival 2025 celebrates the diversity and creativity of our community and everything that makes Joondalup such a vibrant place to live, to work and to visit. The festival continues until Saturday, the 5th of April 2025, and please see the full program at joondalupfestival.com.au. The city is also receiving more plaudits for its approach to environmental management, and our commitment to biodiversity improvement and climate change mitigation has us in line for another significant national award. The city is a finalist in the biodiversity category of the 2025 Banksia National Sustainability Awards, with the winners to be announced in Melbourne on Thursday, the 3rd of April. The Banksia Foundation has been celebrating sustainable solutions the past 36 years, uniting government, business and the community in the pursuit of environmental excellence. This latest recognition comes within 6 months of Joondalup's dual victories at the 2024 International Association of Horticultural Producers World Green City Awards, and I wish all of the team the best of luck, and let's hope we can claim this next richly deserved award. Finally, the City has secured federal government support to build a state-of-the-art footbridge over Malanda Boulevard in Kingsley as part of the Robertson Road Cycleway. This new 3-span steel and concrete pedestrian and cycleway bridge, designed to last for a century, will replace the previous 37-metre timber bridge, which was removed in September 22 due to structural issues. The works will also restore the 2.5-kilometre uninterrupted Robertson Road Cycleway, providing better access to local schools, businesses and parks. Tender submissions will be evaluated next month, with site works currently scheduled for July 2025, and construction is expected to take about 6 months to complete, subject to material and contractor availability. The $2.4 million in funding for this project came under the federal government's Thriving Suburbs program, complementing the $1 million also received by the City from the state government through Main Roads WA. Next item of business, item 10, identification of matters for which the meeting may be closed to the public. There are 2 confidential items, being status of legal action report and being item 12.4 and item 14.2, Sorrento Beach enclosure. We also have, Council, and I'll just flag for Policy Committee item 13.1.9 on venue hire fees and charges policy review. If there are questions to do with the confidential attachments, I will shift that into confidential session, but noting we didn't have any in the briefing session, are there any? If not, then I propose a procedural motion that Council, in accordance with clause 14.1 of the City's Meeting Procedures Local Law, suspends the operation of clause 4.3, Order of Business, to enable consideration of item 12.4 and item 14.2 to be discussed after motions of which previous notice has been given. So moved, seconded, Deputy Mayor. Just for the benefit of those in the gallery, all that we're doing here in changing the order of business is taking those 2 confidential items out and moving them to the very back of the meeting because not knowing what people are here to see as an item, we want to make sure that your item is considered first and they will be considered at the very end. Council, I'll put that motion. By a show of hands, those in favour? Those against? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you all. Next item of business is petitions. We do have 1 petition in relation to the removal of the verge tree at the intersection of the Taft Street and Hillwood Avenue, Warwick, next to Hillwood Park. Do I have a mover that we receive this petition and refer it to the CEO? Just looking to the ward councillors. Just seeking a mover for the motion to receive it and refer it. I'm happy to move that we receive. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Deputy Mayor. Any questions or discussion? I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and that item is carried. We now come to the reports section of the agenda. As is my practice, I'll go around and offer elected members the opportunity to withdraw items. I'll start with Deputy Mayor and work this way around. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to extract item 12.2 and item 14.1. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I would also like to withdraw 12.2 and 14.1.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. I would also like to withdraw 12.2 and I have an alternate which was circulated at the briefing session before the others. But I'd also like to withdraw 12.8 where I have an alternate and also 13.1.2 for the Policy Committee.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
No, Mr Mayor.
Councillor May.
None, thank you.
Councillor Pizzi.
13.1.9, please.
Thank you. Just microphone, Councillor Pizzi.
Oh.
Councillor Vinciullo.
Thank you. 13.1.2.
Which Councillor Kingston's withdrawn, but I'll come to you to second that, Councillor Vinciullo. Just noting on also 13.1.9, I'll similarly go to Councillor Kingston. Councillor Pizzi first, but that will be withdrawn. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. 13.1.6, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill?
Nothing this evening.
Thank you. Similarly with yours, Councillor Chester, I'll go to Councillor Kingston first, but the item's been withdrawn. Councillor Fishwick?
None, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Raftis?
12.7, please.
Noted. Noting your foreshadowed intent, I'll withdraw that one, Councillor Raftis. I was going to withdraw it anyway as an absolute majority, because if you withdraw and move, then you can't move the procedural. So just explaining what I'll do there, I'll pull that one and move the officer's recommendation. Other than that, none for myself. I'll go then to the first item, being 12.2, and Councillor Kingston is correct. He had requested that one in briefing session first, so I'll go to Councillor Kingston to move his alternate. Councillor Kingston.
Could I move the alternate that was circulated at the briefing session?
Yes, thank you. Seconded, Deputy Mayor. Oh, sorry, yeah. Seconded Deputy Mayor. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. This item and the alternate which is circulated adds a extra point 4 onto the bottom to include a review of the proposed overall reduction in parking fees for the city centre. Judging by the officer's report, there are 2 prongs for this, which is hoped to be achieved. Firstly, by reducing the parking fees across the city centre, that it is hoped that there'll be activation across the area, and also contrasting with the alternate which was circulated at the briefing session by Councillor Hutton. I'm intending in this one here to keep the 30 minutes free parking for on-street parking. I think it's important that there is a distinction between on-street and off-street parking. I think we need to encourage that there being 30 minutes on-street parking as an incentive for those businesses that have their frontage onto the street and the areas which are not receiving at the moment much foot traffic. So I would encourage everyone to support the officer's recommendation. Although I think it is worth acknowledging with this item that there is a significant reduction in the amount of income which the city will receive through reducing the parking fees. Hopefully that will be balanced by the overall economic activation in the area. But that is why I believe it's important to support the review that's added in part 4, is that up until now it's been considered that the parking fees from the city centre will be put into a discrete reserve, and that reserve will then be used to build parking facilities into the future. And in the near future, there's aspirations to develop the Boaz Place site, where the parking which is in front of the administration building. And to do that, to remove all that parking that's currently there being used by city staff and the public, we'll need more discrete off-street parking to be provided. So that means that a building a building which will probably cost, a multi-storey car park building, which will probably cost in excess of about 30 million to be built. So currently the parking fees that are being accumulated go into a reserve which help offset that cost, which then also helps to, in the future hopefully, to build that building so we can then develop the parking space to make the city more vibrant and have more options for people to go to when they go out. So I'll stop there, but I'll respond to any concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kingston. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I thank the city officers for the work undertaken in preparing this report. This proposed change in strategy is clearly intended to provide an improved range of paid parking options within our CBD and to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our paid parking locations. If implemented, this change in strategy will offer opportunities for those travelling into our CBD by car to seek appropriate and cost-effective paid parking options, and this in turn will assist businesses in our CBD with opportunities both for reduced staff parking costs and for increased customer visitation. This strategy will lead to a substantial overall reduction in parking revenue for the city, but I consider that the benefits outlined above provide an appropriate balance to facilitate a high level of paid parking compliance, efficient use of our paid parking spaces, and increased visitation and activation of our CBD. Standardisation of paid parking operational hours and consistent time limits will also assist with compliance, minimising the opportunity for any confusion. It should be noted that outside of business hours, all parking in our CBD will be free, which provides good opportunities for visitation on evenings and weekends, and especially during the numerous events that take place in our city. Opening of the Reed Promenade multi-storey car park on weekends with no parking fees will also provide numerous advantages for visitors seeking car parking spots during the weekend with minimal cost impact to the city. The target parking revenue band of between $500,000 and $1 million represents an appropriate balance, providing substantial funds for the city's dedicated parking facility reserve. It is noted that the city will monitor paid parking activity over the course of time and will consider further future changes, including incentives that may also assist with achieving the desired outcomes of this revised policy. I am mindful that there is no limit to the number of options that can be considered by Council. I encourage elected members to support the option that is proposed under this recommendation before us. Let's implement this change and we can review its effectiveness over the course of time to see if any further tweaks are warranted. And with regard to the new points at the bottom from Councillor Kingston, I'm supportive because that's basically exactly what I'm suggesting there about having reviews. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I would like to move an amendment to the proposal as I flagged at the briefing session.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. And I have that, but I have that as a foreshadowed alternate, I think, because it goes to option 5. I know that you did flag it in the briefing, but I guess I have 2 flagged from the briefing, so I usually go first in time. So that will have to be foreshadowed.
I'm happy with the amendment, the additional point added in by Councillor Kingston, so I'm seeking to move my additional points as an amendment to Councillor Kingston's motion.
My point being that yours would go from option 3 to option 5, so I think that would be not an amendment so much as a change.
If that's your ruling, we'll progress on your ruling. There's not much I can.
I'm happy to get I'll get governance advice on Director Parry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because it does change the intent of the motion, I'd see that as an alternate motion rather than an amendment.
Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I will make a statement. Before I make the statement, I do just have a follow-up question from the briefing session, if I may. On attachment 12.2.2, it's page 82, there is a table. Now, this table lists out the options and it's an evaluation criteria. The question to the administration is, I know option 5, which is obviously the option I'm foreshadowing, ranks higher than option 3 on all criterias. All the first 8 criterias are equal except for the last 2. And it's only criteria 10 that actually pushes it below option 3 in the matrix, with criteria 10 getting a 2 score instead of an 8 score. That's the one criteria that causes this not to be the recommended option. I just want to get a clarification with what it is. Why is it with such a minor change to the financial implications that the score drops from an 8 all the way down to a 2, given the percentage cost of this project is the additional cost is so minor?
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. With your support, I'd ask our senior financial analyst to respond to that question.
Mr. Allingham.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, acknowledge that there's a large difference in the score between option 3 and option 5, but the reason for that is that option 5 falls below the financial threshold of $500,000, so a bit more risk to it.
Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I'll proceed to make my statement. I'm keeping in mind the comment that's just been made. Now, the primary objective of paid parking in the Joondalup CBD is to maintain an adequate supply of spaces for our community to access local businesses. It is not to raise revenue. When the price charged for parking exceeds demand, members of the community opt to stay away, leading to a decrease in economic activity. This is the current situation in our CBD, with ample excess capacity in our car parks. The excess capacity is, however, mostly in off-street parking and on on-street parking outside of the CBD. Now, the table we've just reflected in basically shows that if it weren't for the annual operating results criteria at the bottom, option 5 would exceed option 3 on the multi-analysis. Now, I think the answer we've just got to the question basically says it's because we've set this level of 500,000. If that level was pushed to 400,000, option 5 would be the option. It's an arbitrary level that we have decided to put on this criteria. So I would just ask you to look beyond that. Now, looking beyond that, if you do look at the table that's provided, the alternate option, which is to provide the 30-minute parking free in all parking, it's more simple and consistent. It has a higher level on availability and churn. It relieves congestion more. It has a higher utilisation capacity. It has better value for money. It has better customer experience. It's better for existing businesses, and it's better for economic development. So on all of these criteria, it exceeds. It's just on that last criteria that it falls rapidly short, but I would say that that criteria in itself is a boundary that we have created, and we've effectively complied to the own criteria. Now, moving on from that, if we look at the, there were some comments provided to us after the briefing session, which looked into this, and it basically said that in order for option 5 to meet the minimum criteria, we would have to see a 5% increase in utilisation. A 5% increase in utilisation would make option 5 meet the 500,000 criteria. We could also, one of the other suggestions was increase the day rate from $5 to $7. My suggestion would be, is we have to go all in on this strategy. In a year's time, we can look back and we can reflect and we can see where the gaps is. I just want to be perfectly clear. My concern is in the one place that we currently don't have as much of an excess capacity, that's on-street parking in the core CBD, is the only area where we're providing the 30-minute free parking. On top of that, all businesses do not face onto on-street parking. There are plenty of businesses in our CBD that actually face onto off-street parking. So we're actually encouraging their customers to shift their vehicles from where they currently park to other areas, which is at near capacity. So I encourage you all to, I guess, reject the current proposal, but keeping in mind that the current proposal is much better than the current situation. And to be honest, I'm happy to support this proposal otherwise, but I just think we need to seriously consider where we're giving the 30 minutes free. Also, giving 30-minute frees in every car park is a very simple marketing strategy. At the moment, our marketing strategy is 30 minutes free parking, but only on-street parking in the CBD core. Where is that? The alternative is a marketing strategy which basically
Councillor
says
Hutton,
30 minutes free everywhere.
Are you seeking extension to your speaking time?
No, I'm not. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? And I will take you to foreshadowed as well. Further comments? Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, clearly changing from the officer's recommendation of option 3 to option 5, we've been given a rationale for the city not supporting the change, but for the benefit of the gallery, could I ask the Director of Planning, possibly in a nutshell, explain why it's not supported by the city, the change of options? Thank you.
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. There's two key reasons. One, which has been touched on, relates to the potential financial impact of option 5 versus option 3. Through the business case, we established a financial base, if you like, or a floor of $500,000. That's what we believed was the minimum amount we wanted to generate from our the management of parking each year. The option 5 scenario fell below that threshold, and as was touched on earlier, that is why it scored less favourably when we undertook our multi-criteria analysis. One of the other options, one of the other considerations between option 3 and option 5 is the distinction between on-street and off-street parking, and so there was quite a deliberate approach applied there because we did want to attract the churn or the people that were coming in to our city centre for short trips. We wanted to attract those to on-street and typically in front of businesses whose shop fronts are immediately adjacent those on-street parking bays. And for our longer-term patrons, we wanted to guide them to our off-street parking, which is typically not as adjacent to shop fronts. And so people that were spending more time in the CBD, we were hoping to attract them to our off-street car parks and leaving the high turnover patrons at our business shop fronts.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Further comments? Councillor Kingston, do you wish to close?
Yep, yeah, if that's okay. Yes, I will respond mostly to Councillor Hutton's comments. I think if we actually view the table that's on page 82 and we look at the differences between option 3 and 5, the distinction between the two is not as large as what Councillor Hutton is suggesting, although it may be said that yes, there is a distinction, say, on congestion, but one has scored 4 and the other one has scored 5. We're not talking out of a score of 10. We're not talking about scores that differ by 5, 6, 7 points, so a difference of 2 to 8. We're actually, for most of these numbers, well, actually all of them, which Councillor Hutton has quoted, there's only a difference of 1. And in one case, there's even a tie, which is for customer experience. Councillor Hutton only said that only on the bottom 2 does option 3 exceed option 5. But then, as I said, as far as customer experience, that's equal. And when we actually compare the two lots of scores for simplicity, availability, congestion, utilisation, opportunity, value for money, we're talking really just about 1 point difference between the two. And I don't think we should underestimate, we shouldn't underestimate the importance of a financial threshold in this, is that if we go to what was brought to our attention in the briefing notes, is that the cheapest multi-storey car park for us to activate the city centre, so to activate the car park, which is in front of the administration building, the cheapest option was 35 million. Currently in the parking reserve, we have, at the current figures, it's about 6, 7 million. So, and then out of the long-term projections, looking at option 5, as Councillor Hutton suggests, there's only going to be 13 million in the reserve. So there will need to be another 22 million, which will have to be funded, whether it's through loans or through general rates. If it's through general rates, do we have to put up the rates to start affording this, or how are we going to fund these activations? This is being done for the purpose of activating the city centre. There's also other projects which are also in train to activate the city centre. So the financial aspect on this is a reasonable consideration. So in response to Councillor Hutton, as he said, the $500,000 limit, so bottom limit, is just arbitrary. It's not arbitrary because it's considering actually what our financial expenditure in the future is, where we will need to be funding an additional 22 million at some point in the future. So we will need to be thinking about how is that going to be done. So in some ways you could look at, this is going to have, currently, with what's proposed in front of us, it's going to give a significant reduction in parking fees in the city centre, but it also allows us to then make sure it's got that financial viability to pay for these other assets. And that's important. We need to make sure that we keep rates affordable in the city. And if you think about it, just having that little bit of extra by saying that we're not going to apply the 30 minutes free parking into off-street parking, in many ways we're saying that it's a user-pays system, that the city's activation and visitation is also meant to help it grow in the city centre. So I think those are very important points to keep in the back of everyone's mind. And as I said, the differences between option 3 and 5 on the chart on page 82, as Councillor Hutton has referred to, they're not big differences. Many of them are equal or approximately equal. So I'd encourage everyone to support option 3 and also support the review to say, let's look at this again at the end of the financial year and check whether we've got our settings correct and whether we've got our settings correct in 2027-28. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, could I request these be voted on separately?
Yes, yep, I can do that. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. 1, 2, 3 and 4, or?
To be ideally ideally 1, 3 and 4 can be voted a block. It's actually breaking out number 2.2.
I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's. I'll put part 1 first and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and carried. I will now put part 2.
Sorry, my request was to break out part 2.2, if that's possible.
Yep, can do. So I'll now put 2 and 2.1.
Sorry, just on a point of order on this. I'm not sure you can, because is that changing from option 3 to 5?
No, you're
So
correct.
separate?
So I think I'll just put 2. That's correct. Thank you, Councillor Kingston. I will put 2 on block, but noting that there's a foreshadowed 2 from Councillor Hutton. I think he's... Yep. I'll put 2 on block and noting that there's a foreshadowed 2 and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and 2 is carried. I'll put number 3 and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare that closed and carried. And I'll put number 4 and ask you to cast your votes. Councillor Fishwick. Thank you. Declare that closed and carried. Next item of business is item 12.7, local government elections. I withdrew this motion. I'll move the officer's recommendation. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded, Councillor Kingston. Thank you. Councillor, I'll just speak to this very quickly. I note that Councillor Raftis foreshadowed a procedural motion to defer back through to May. Because it's a procedural motion, there won't be a chance to comment on the option of deferring, so a bit unorthodox, but in my opening comments I will just briefly address that. And I would have preferred not to have been the mover. I waited till the end, nobody else withdrew it, so I decided to withdraw it for procedural simplicity. I note the concerns around state election more broadly and the Electoral Commission. However, our concern here is on October. We have a council election for the City of Joondalup. We have a mayoral election for the City of Joondalup. Aside from the occasional gripe and things that I've not been happy with from time to time, I would say that the Electoral Commission has done a good job for council elections. While there are things that I would certainly improve, I don't think that there is any reason that we would seriously consider any other party or entity running City of Joondalup elections, and our elections are coming upon us very fast. Whatever lessons they will have taken out of the state election, I don't think that you can automatically apply those to the City of Joondalups. And I just want to say as well that one of the great things about Australian democracy, and as our electoral commissions have run things, never perfect, but nobody doubts that the Electoral Commission have been a neutral party and have sought to see genuinely democratic outcomes. Of course, we even had a Senate rerun once here through the Australian Electoral Commission some time ago, because if anyone remembers, they lost a box of ballots and we all had to go back. That wasn't the WA Electoral Commission, that was the Federal National Electoral Commission in the past 10 years. So if you look at sort of errors that have happened within a large democracy where, unlike most other places in the world, even at a local government level, every single eligible elector receives a ballot. So it's compulsory voting state and federal, or an election for a local government, every elector on the roll will have a ballot mailed to them. That's a massive logistical task. Personally, I think it should be compulsory in local government. That's a side issue. But irrespective of that, everybody will receive one. The Electoral Commission is geared up to do it. And we don't even know if their current inquiry, in fact, I think it's unlikely that will report before May. So out of the interests of our own timeline, I support the officer's recommendation and I commend it to the council. Councillor Kingston as seconder.
I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. Further comments? I'll just, before I go to you, Councillor Raftis, Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just have a little concern, and that was in relation to the attendance of the returning officer during the nomination period. I had some issues going back 3.5 years ago that the RO only worked 3 days of the 7 days that nominations were open. I feel that, from my recollection, the remuneration paid to the returning officers in excess of $7,000. So for that period of 7 days that noms are open, I think that the RO should be required by this city to be in attendance for those 7 days. So at least people who work aren't so inconvenienced that they can actually shuffle their workload to make an appointment with the returning officer to come along and make their nomination, given that it's done electronically, so it shouldn't take too long. So I would like to see that this council, in its submission to the Electoral Commission, request strongly that the returning officer is available for the 7 days that nominations are open, given that it's quite a hefty remuneration package. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to concur with Councillor Fishwick's comments. I would very much like to see a different electoral officer than we had for the last 2 elections. I think we need someone that's prepared to make a full commitment to the role.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the procedural motion that was circulated, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the procedural motion? Seconded, Councillor Kingston. Councillor Raftis.
Thank you. Look, it's just not saying there's any major issues with the item and the appointment of the WAEC. This is just calling for a deferral until the May meeting to allow some time for some further feedback around their performance at the WA state election. My immediate experience of that was a poor level of training for staff that I was witnessing myself and part of that process. So from my point of view, it does concern me. Other ones around the appointment of staff and people that had applied, experienced people who'd applied to be electoral staff were not even contacted to progress on that process, and yet they seem to be short experienced and capable staff on the day. So I think it's imperative that we pause for a moment. In my initial discussion on the matter with the administration, it was expressed to me that there was no timing issue in pushing this back to May. So I wish to progress on that basis. In terms of some of the rationale put forward around running training sessions for potential nominees, well, that can still happen. You don't attend those sessions and need to know exact timing of the electoral period and what the WAEC is going to do. The matter of trying to attract people to run can still be done and not be held up on those matters. So I think what we've said is big timing issues, a number of those can still be undertaken. So I'm just seeking that a slight deferral and then we can consider with better information from WEC in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raftis. Being a procedural motion, there's no further debate, and I'll ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and the procedural motion is carried. Next item of business is 12.8, minutes of the annual general meeting of electors held on 23rd of January 2025. I'm just going to walk through everybody how I intend to run this. So similar to how I did last year, I'll go to Councillor Kingston's. I'll go give him the call. Then I will work through the amendments. I have a couple, Councillor Pizzi has a couple. Then I'll open up for general debate, and that general debate can include the foreshadowed items, and then I will vote item by item on our way through. Councillor Kingston, do you wish to move?
Yes, could I move the consolidated motion that I circulated?
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Pizzi. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. There's a lot that's in the motions which came from the community at this year's AGM, so I'll be trying to work through them one by one and which elements that I will be supporting or which ones I have amendments to. So firstly, dealing with the fox management populations within Yellowgonga Regional Park, as can be seen on the screen, is that I'll be asking, in addition to the officers' comments, where the city will be investigating the possibility of increasing fox control conducted in Yellowgonga Regional Park and working with DBCA and the City of Wanneroo. And I think everyone is aware that through the state elections, the member for Kingsley also made an electoral commitment that I believe was about 46,000 for additional fox control around Yellowgonga Regional Park. So hopefully with that, that will also support the efforts from the city. In addition to that, I'll be asking the councillors to support the city continuing to implement the environmental education program and to include programs such as Fox Scan. That's where community members can report sightings of foxes to the Fox Scan entity, and then this local governments and the department can access that data. So whenever a member of the community sees a fox or evidences of foxes, those can be reported and can be used for the city to help plan when it engages in trapping and fox abatement activities. In addition to this, and so for motion 1, which relates to foxes, and then also in relation to motion 5, which is about the wildlife and injured native wildlife, where there's a lot of community members who are dedicated and take their time down at Yellowgonga Regional Park, and especially with the recent fires, I think they've done an excellent job of taking the time out, which has been, it's been a very, very difficult environment for those who care about animals, and seeing the amount of destruction that even in many ways, what is a small bushfire can have on local populations. So in relation to the wildlife care and the foxes, I'm requesting that the city work with DBCA and other stakeholders like the City of Wanneroo and also wildlife care agencies to put together a kangaroo management plan to deal with the ongoing issues that have been down at Woodvale, but also more broadly in Yellowgonga Regional Park, where kangaroos have been hit by cars, and there's been issues of there not being carers who've been able to come out and look after injured animals, and at the same time in the unfortunate cases where animals need to be put down, that in many cases it's had to turn to the police. And we've heard from Suzanne Apps at the briefing session that there's been times when the police have had to try and shoot, unfortunately, a injured kangaroo and had to unleash multiple bullets, and some of them which were stray bullets in the end. So I think we need to find a way of trying to deal with these concerns. I know there's been some wildlife carers which have proposed darting systems where they can use darts to tranquilise the animals to more humanely either transport them or deal with injured wildlife. So I think hopefully through having a kangaroo management plan, all of those things can start to be worked through in a way that's consistent with the department and the local governments and the carers. So that's my hope for that motion. Moving forward as well, I've got an addition to motion 14, which is again to advocate to the planning minister for there to be increased consultation around telecommunications infrastructure. So we had an incident, as everyone is aware, in Ocean Reef where a tower went up, and unfortunately there was no community consultation which occurred. It was my belief that it should have occurred, but it didn't. And I think we need to try and advocate to the state to say, because the local government is intimately involved in the planning process, and say we need to make sure there's more oversight of when this infrastructure is put up. I know that the Mayor has an amendment in relation to the activity centres for motion 9 and a couple of the others around structure plans, which I'll also be supporting. I think it's good for us to be able to work through those issues and make sure that there's an appropriate time frame to review the structure plans and the activity centre plans. And it's similar to a motion which I put at the policy committee back last year in about August about reviewing structure plans for activity centres that don't have ones, that there's certainty in development, so we don't have the same issues which have occurred down in Warwick, where we have a site where a developer comes in and wants a significant development and there isn't a structure plan to guide development outcomes. So those are the main ones. So in addition to that, I have an amendment which will be...
Councillor Kingston, do you wish to seek an extension?
Yes, please.
Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor O'Neill. By show of hands, those in favour. Those against? Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. There's a lot to get through here, so I think the next one to move to is motion 15. For motion 15, I will be asking for a copy of the minutes of the AGM and the audio to be sent to the local, state and federal members. Those are for the members in Hillary's, Joondalup, Mindari, and also Kingsley, and also the federal members, which are the member for Moore, the member for Cowan, and also the member for Pearce. There's been a lot of discussion about the content of what has been put forward at the AGM, and I think it's important that we acknowledge what the role of local government is in relation to the approval of vaccines. The local governments in Australia have never approved vaccines, and I think it gives a false hope for us to actually start making, putting together motions and saying that we do have a strong advocacy voice in this one, which we don't. I think we need to bring this to the attention of our local members who are part of the state and federal governments. But to move beyond that is something that I'm concerned is not something that actually helps deal with this issue, is that the local government has no power in relation to vaccines. And our advocacy on these things is very limited. So I think we need to focus on actually those members who do have power and those who can do things, which is the local, state and federal members. So I don't support what's been proposed later on, and I'll come to that in response later. But putting that aside, even if the local government did have powers to deal with vaccines, I do think some of the advocacy that has been involved in this has been problematic. And I don't want to have to say these things, and I do have to weigh this up, but there have been members of the community which have been very difficult to family members of mine, that they have decided they didn't want to accept some of the things which have been said, which are public and correct, but there's been members of the community that have said to family members of mine that they wanted to cause legal troubles for them, that they wanted to, wanted to report them and cause issues for them. There's been other people who have, for business owners who are known to me, they've gone and, in my opinion, and this is what I would call it, harassed those business owners and given them a difficult time. So I think the way in which members of the community have gone about also their advocacy on some of this is problematic. Some of the emails that I've received as well have been concerning with the content, and also some of the public statements which were made at the AGM, I think, are also concerning, especially if members of the public feel confident to make allegations about, there's one comment about councillors lining their pockets and making other financial inferences of that sort. I think that's inappropriate, and I think there's a number of concerns about that, and I'm being very light on about the type of behaviour which has been occurring in the background. And so, unfortunately, looking at that behaviour and what the local government's role is, it has led to me to this position of saying I'm not sure that to what degree we should be involved in this. I've had conduct which I've had to ask myself, I don't like having to say this, I've had conduct which I've had to ask myself, was a crime committed, and whether I should put in reports to the police. So I look at this all about what's been occurring, and I just find that there's been conduct which has been way too far, in my opinion. So that's why, to me, I'm limiting my view of what should happen to just giving the audio recording and the minutes to the local members. So I apologise to those members of the public that conduct did not relate to what you've done, what you came to the AGM for, but unfortunately in the background there has been all sorts of behaviours. So I just think that needs to be said. So I'll be stopping there. I will respond to all comments though.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey is seconder in the first instance. Now, before I give you the call, Councillor Pizzey, can I recommend that you reserve your right as seconder and then move the amendments that you flagged. And then after those amendments, you can speak at any point. Councillor Pizzey.
I appreciate that advice, and I will follow it. Thank you.
So just you reserve your right as seconder?
Yeah, I reserve my right.
Thank you. Do you wish to move the amendment that's in your name for notice of motion number 1?
I do.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Seconded Councillor May. Councillor Pizzey. The amendment.
Just the amendment. My amendment to motion 1 is to have a report come back to council. The information that has been given to us via local wildlife volunteers, carers, is very concerning, to say the least. And I would like the council to support my alternate of a report to come back to council so that we can try and work more extensively in the future with the state, DBCA and local wildlife carers.
Thank you. Councillor May as seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll briefly comment just solely on Councillor Pizzey's amendment. Fully support it, and thank you, Councillor Pizzey, for the chat we had yesterday as well regarding this issue and others. Anything we can do to improve fox control as well as the management of kangaroos and yellow gonga is important, something we need to do. Some time ago I moved a motion about having an advocacy position with Welga and seeking, that was based on advice I received that the best way forward was to go through Welga and have a coordinated approach. Unfortunately, my experience over many instances in going to Welga for things seems to result in things going into a black hole and never reappearing. So I think it's important we take the initiative ourselves. So thank you, Councillor Pizzey.
Thank you. Further comments on the amendment? Councillor Chester.
Yes, I'd like to speak to AGM motion.
We're just addressing the amendment from Councillor Pizzey at this time. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I would like to commend Councillor Pizzey on this one. There has been a lot of residents and ratepayers around the area, especially around the Yellowgonga area, that have noted their concerns, and I think something like this to create a report to obviously see if we can do something more on fox control with Yellowgonga is a good thing, so I encourage everyone to support this.
Thank you. Further comments? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, so actually a question, if I may. I know there's been a lot of amendments and alternatives, so I may have missed something here, but can I just check what the officer's comment is in response to this amendment? Thank you.
Certainty, I think Director Parry, is that yours? Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, with regard to the amendment only and the report back to council, that is something that is able to be done following those discussions with the other relevant parties.
Thank you. And can I also just ask another question as to whether we have any general response from Friends of Yellowgonga regarding this matter? If we're voting on these things, I'd just like to know what their position is. Maybe we don't know. Thank you. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I couldn't respond on a position of the Yellowgonga Friends Group. Councillor Kingston may be able to elaborate further on that particular position.
Okay, thank you.
Further comments on the amendment? Councillor Kingston.
I'll answer Councillor Hill's question as the Secretary for the Friends of Yellowgonga. Yes, we were very involved in trying to increase fox control within the regional park. We were the ones who pushed for election commitments from Jessica Stoikovsky, the Labor member for Kingsley, and also Scott Edwards, the Liberal candidate for Kingsley during the election, to try and get more fox control. So yes, we're supportive of having increased fox control within Yellowgonga Regional Park. And I would say, speaking to our chair today, also having a report to the council to just double check to see what the city's investigation comes to.
Further comments? Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you. As a long-standing member of the Friends of Yellowgonga and also this city's representative on the DBCA Community Advisory Committee, I may be able to provide some clarity. Firstly, I want to thank all those residents who showed concern for the wildlife in the regional park, not just because of the recent fire, but because of the number of foxes within the park. I received, I think, about 11 or 12. I think others have received the same amount. The strategy behind eliminating foxes from the regional park is a long-standing one. It's actually part of a tripartite agreement between the cities of Wanneroo and Joondalup and the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions, to be more correct, as it's called. Now, it's equally funded by all those three organisations. One significant improvement in this management plan recently has been DBCA for the first time looking at eliminating foxes from the Joondalup National Park. The National Park, of course, lies immediately to the north of the regional park, and the issue always was that after foxes were removed from dens in the regional park, it didn't take very long for the unrestricted foxes in the national park to simply move south into the empty dens left in the regional park. However, that should not be an ongoing problem now that the abatement is carried on in both of the natural areas. Another matter I also noticed with the emails was the unfortunate mistaken notion that the word notes in the recommendation somehow implied that nothing would be done. And this is so very far from the actuality. The recommendation one, motion one of the AGM notes that the city will continue to manage fox populations, and it means exactly that. Anyone that happened to be listening in, let me just emphasise that point. That notes means that the previous well-organised, very active program will continue unabated. There was no implication in that recommendation that the program that's been enforced for many years wouldn't continue. Also in recommendation 2, which states that the city will investigate whether it's possible to increase the amount of fox control in the regional park on an ongoing basis, it means just that. The city staff, in good faith, along with the councillors, will be actively looking at all means available to increase fox control funding. And on a final note, as the city's long-term representative on the DBCA Community Advisory Committee, I'm committed, as I'm stating here now, to continue through that agency to work very actively to increase the funding, as I hope the city will. And the final point, I just want to commend the Amendment 1.4 in implementing an education program to make the city residents at large more aware of the dangers of the foxes in the park and the impact they have on wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Further comments on the amendment? Councillor Pizzey, do you wish to close?
I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that amendment and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and that amendment is carried. Council, with your indulgence, I'll move the other two amendments, which are both in my name. They're both essentially identical for motion items 9 and 20. Governance, do you have any problem with me moving these together? Okay, if we've prepared them separately, they're essentially the same, but I'll do 9 first and then I'll roll into 20. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Just very quickly explaining what's being done here, and this does have the officer's support. I note that we had a couple of notices of motion about the activity centre plan relating to Joondalup Edge Precinct, but also the activity centre plan more broadly. The officer's recommendation was that we do it at the review, which is upcoming. I've asked for an amendment which puts a hard date to that, and that is that we would commence this review within the next financial year, which all of you know is 3 months away. So I think they were good points to raise. This is work that we need to do. For my part, and I know a lot of the concern around the Joondalup Edge Precinct, and that's something that I'd imagine we will look at, but I think the activity centre plan in general is definitely due for a refresher. One of the mottos that I've tried to take to politics and local government is not to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And this activity centre plan, I applaud its ambition. But in some areas of the city, I think it has been so ambitious that it has gotten it in its own way and led to unforeseen problems, and perhaps been so keen to get investment that it's ended up in an unforeseen way stymieing investment. I'll use a few examples of people who've come to see me over the years. These are all around Winton Road. I've had on 2 separate occasions people representing owners of the swimming pool demonstration lots, which are very low density commercial lots within the Winton Road precinct. They had proposals to sort of build 2-storey commercial buildings, but those are areas where we have a 4-storey minimum. And there have not been any proponents who were prepared or who felt that the market could carry a 4-storey proposal. And so several years later, they are still swimming pool display lots. And, that has an impact for the city, both in terms of realising the potential value of our main commercial precinct and also our vision of being a CBD. I'm even aware in one instance of a vacant lot where there have been several attempts to find interest, but again, a minimum 4-storey height limit has meant that since the activity centre plan has come in, a number of these lots where they've had development proposals that would come under that haven't proceeded. So I think the activity centre plan is well overdue for a review. I applaud its intent of the council who put it in place, and I think it should still be a plan that sees Joondalup as the CBD of the North, but it's time to commence review, and I commend this amendment to the council. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks, through Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of these changes, but can I just, for good order and consistency, just check for concurrence in terms of officers' comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we're supportive of these amendments. When considering these, along with the other motions on that were received as part of the AGM in relation to structure planning, it's certainly our intent to prioritise and work with elected members to determine the approach that we take to our activity centres and the structure planning. But suffice to say, the Joondalup Activity Centre Plan is one of our highest priorities to review, not only because of the time frame in which we're required to review it, but also given its significance in certainly our activity centre hierarchy, but more broadly across metropolitan Perth as well.
Deputy Mayor, further comments? Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Just to check that we're doing also your amendment of motion 20 at the same time?
No, we're just doing 9 for governance assistance, and I'll just move and probably go straight to a vote on 20 after this. So it's just 9 at this stage.
Yep, that's all right. I'll just say I think it's a good step, just put in some clear dates.
Thank you. Further comments? Don't wish to close, then I'll put this motion and ask you to cast your votes. This amendment, ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried. I will now put my amendment to 20. Propose it, move it. Deputy Mayor, are you happy to second again? Thank you. Seconded. Deputy Mayor, don't wish to speak. Deputy Mayor, any comments? I'll put this one and ask you to cast your votes on the amendment. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and that one is also carried. We now go to general discussion of the minutes of the annual general meeting. Those those are the ones which were foreshadowed ahead of the meeting, both in terms of alternates and also amendments. So we have a composite motion before us, of which people have had notice of all of those elements as per our protocol. So I'll now open more so for general debate, and everybody other than Councillor Kingston is free to comment on these. And as I said, I'll do the vote one by one as we go through. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Regarding item 1.5 on the screen before us, with regard to development of a kangaroo management plan, I just want to double check, because we do have another matter coming before council in the not too distant future about the virtual fencing of kangaroos. And I just want to inquire as to whether those two separate motions are going to get in the way of each other at all, or whether it's going to introduce any complexities by passing this one first. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Parry, I think.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for the question. No, that the two may have some relationship, but the two items will probably be done concurrently. Whether they're reported individually, haven't given consideration to that at this time, because this motion is still yet to pass.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Pizzey.
Can I ask a question first? Motion 15 has an alternate flagged. Do we vote down for that alternate to come forward? Do we have to vote the other down?
That's correct. So it currently has the alternate as put forward by Councillor Kingston, so that goes forward. There was another one which was flagged with us earlier today. That will have to be foreshadowed, and that's correct. Yes, it would have to be. So the one that's before us, which is the one that we will vote on, would have to be voted down, and the other one would be foreshadowed.
Okay, can I make comment then for the other motions? With motion 5, Deputy Mayor beat me to it. I was just going to suggest that I do support a kangaroo management plan, and as part of that plan, possibly combining the historical motion of mine for the fencing and or land bridge. I think we don't need to do it that way, but it's getting an ongoing problem and very concerning and distressing to the community and wildlife carers, so I would do support that. And sorry, if you just give me 1 minute. Sorry, I'm just trying to find where I am. I just want to make comment to 15 that I won't be supporting 15 as it stands. I do think we have a responsibility for further advocacy, and I would support the flag motion that Councillor Raftis can move if it gets voted down. Right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the various items that I'd circulated.
As flagged, Councillor Raftis, they'll have to be foreshadowed. So you can speak to them now. There's two reasons for those. One, they're predominant, well, they're alternates, and number two, as per our protocols, they arrived within the last 24 hours. So please speak to and foreshadow as you work through.
I will, thank you. I'll speak to them as best I can. In terms of first foreshadowed item was to do with the EBA negotiations, and the foreshadowed motion is about trying to bring whatever the final point is to the council for, I think the word I used was review, probably the better word to use is note, so that the council is across what's happening with its EBA discussions. This is an area that currently under the existing budget is $82 million a year for employment costs. That was, as it the mid-year budget review. So a significant expense line item for us, and to not be better informed across this ongoing process, I think is a role we need to have a better input into in terms of and awareness of the process. The next one along was to do with the submissions received from the community, and the real aspect of the changes was about having links included, but just in a text form. So if someone reading the online report couldn't get taken through to the link directly, but they are able to copy and paste or use that link to go and seek further information. Given, I think the city can put in a disclaimer warning people that it takes no responsibility for what on the end of those links. I think it was a positive step forward in terms of creating some greater transparency around those submissions. I noted within there we would be retaining the ability to obviously remove any potentially defamatory or offensive words, and also identifying comments. So I think part of what the city does is justified, and we couldn't completely have them quoted verbatim, but I think hyperlinks, we should be able to make that change. And the next one was on item 15 around the mRNA proposals which had been brought forward. Proposed alternate was to request the CEO to write to the various people as listed in the community submission, and then in order to engage a body of qualified experts, including a Chief Health Officer and Gene Technology Technical Advisory for a comprehensive science-based evaluation of emerging evidence regarding synthetic DNA contamination in the Pfizer and Moderna vaccinations. So from my point of view, and then subject to the outcome of those investigations, taking the necessary steps to suspend the immediate use of those vaccinations, and as well investigate excess deaths and hospitalisations in WA following the vaccine rollouts. So from my point of view, I feel very strongly, personally, on this matter. I think in all levels of government, we have a responsibility to the people to, obviously, decisions are made, but then when after following those decisions, understanding the outcomes and dealing with the repercussions. And if those repercussions are negative, then still taking the right steps to remedy those and protect the community going forward. So I think not taking steps, and if the state and federal governments aren't willing to take the legitimate steps in order to clarify this situation and give confidence to the community, then...
Councillor Raftis, are you seeking an extension?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? So moved Councillor O'Neill, seconded Councillor Fishwick. By a show of hands, those in favour, those against. Declare that carried. Councillor Raftis.
Thank you. So I think advocacy is a good step to take, and we are representing the wishes of our community. So, and I think it's an important one. In terms of advocacy, obviously in the past we've advocated on a range of items that are outside our control, whether they be out into the ocean, such as artificial surf reefs, which we actually spend money on, through to federal bills, again, outside our control, but obviously we want to represent our ratepayers and make important notifications. to our federal and state members if necessary. So from my point of view, it's an important one to do. We've had evidence provided to us regarding the risk of the mRNA and this potential for the vaccines to be contaminated with this DNA and the inclusion of various also substances that can potentially carcinogenic. So from my point of view, advocating to have a proper investigation and evaluation of those, I think is justified. Will it do anything? Obviously, we can't go out and twist the arms and make it happen, but not doing something in terms of trying to speak up and represent our community, I don't support that action either. So from my point of view, let's take this step and try and see what can be achieved by putting our point forward to those relevant people identified. So obviously we can only vote on this if the other one is not voted through. So I ask you to consider that as part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Pizzey, you've spoken.
I was hoping you could indulge me because I realise that we won't be able to speak to 15 if it doesn't go through. So if I could speak to it now, I would appreciate it.
Unfortunately, I can't. No.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor May?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just really have a few things going on, but I'm mainly, because of time, I'll focus on item 1. Thank Councillor Kingston for his amendments, and I fully support them. In terms of 1.5, in the kangaroo management plan, I was always quite surprised there was no real plan in place with the DPCA and relevant local governments in terms of managing the population of kangaroos. The pocket where there's a large population of kangaroos is bounded by Whitford's Ave, Chownsey Estate, residential development, and not even Ocean Reef Road, mainly Woodvale Drive. There's not too many kangaroos that I've seen that go north of Woodvale Drive. I don't know whether it's an ideal arrangement for kangaroo populations to be isolated in one pocket. I'm not an expert on that. And secondly, the issue of kangaroos then venturing out onto the main road, jumping the fence or getting caught in the fence has been ongoing and worsening over recent times. So I definitely think a kangaroo management plan is very important. I don't think it will conflict with any proposals for a virtual fence. Some time ago I had the view that perhaps we need a 2 metre high fence around that section to stop the kangaroos venturing out, but the issue is kangaroos, from my understanding, do migrate and are used to spouting over large areas. So I'm just not sure how beneficial it is for the quality of life for the kangaroos to be confined into one area, especially when the same population of kangaroos are breeding and having babies. And I'm just not sure, but it's definitely something needs to be looked at for a management plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to item 3, I note Councillor Raftis' foreshadowed amendment, and it was first circulated as review, and I had some concerns about that because of the industrial relations position it would put this council in, given that under the Local Government Act, we as the council employ one employee, and that's the CEO, and he then employs all the rest of the staff. However, I note now that Councillor Raftis has used the word noted prior to the CEO signing it. I have no problem with that coming to council, so we're open and transparent with what the EBA is. So it comes to us and we can all read it and note it, so I don't have a problem with that. So I'd actually support his foreshadowed motion in relation to that item. Thank you.
Problem I have with that, Councillor Fishwick, no, I only have the written one that he circulated, which said for review, and I noted Councillor Raftis' comments, which he said it probably should have said note, but what he has foreshadowed is for review. Further comments? I might speak to it then, and I'll speak to... I'm supportive of the motion that's before us, and I'll be voting for every item as it's been put together. And the first thing I'll say is the motion that's before us is the motion that's come out of the briefing session held 2 weeks ago, where we spent a lot of time on this item, a lot of alternates were foreshadowed, a lot of amendments were put forward. We have had time for officers to consider those, to provide full advice. We've had time to consider them, and that has constructed the motion that's before us. The 3 foreshadowed items have arrived in successive order since 11 p.m. last night. Now, that's a very short amount of time for people to get their heads around these, and with respect, it's not entirely clear what's being put forward, although we have written foreshadowed motions before us. And I just want to address all 3 of those. The first one being indeed on item 3, what is foreshadowed, and it's not just the motion itself, it's also the intent of what Councillor Rattis has said. He's talked about the council having a role in approving and ensuring that the council is aware and supports such contractual negotiations. And the actual wording, 3.5, requests that the Chief Executive Officer present all enterprise workforce agreements to the council for review prior to the CEO signing off. Now, that is not our role, but it also opens up a lot of challenges. In fact, and one of the other things Councillor Rafter said is he wants us to have better input, so direct input into EBA. So, Mr CEO, I mean, it's a question, if I may. We all know it's entirely possible that EBA negotiations will end up in arbitration. If you get a decision at arbitration, but you're also in a position where council has to review before finalising, how can you comply with an arbitration decision?
Thank you, Presiding Member, for that question. I recognise that's a hypothetical, but my understanding of the law is that I will have no choice but to recognise the decision of the State Industrial Commissioner ahead of a decision of the Council, which puts me in effect in an impossible position of conflict.
So it most likely puts you in a position where you would have to directly disregard a council decision. Further to that, I don't know how you conduct negotiations in good faith where you would then have to bring the position that you have taken to the employees back to the council for review and for input. So I will certainly not be supporting the alternate, and I again encourage all councillors, particularly councillors who are more experienced, to engage in the briefing session on their alternates and their amendments and circulate well in advance, not within the last 24 hours. The next one that I'll mention, I don't support the foreshadowed one on item 6 either, for the simple reason that these are the comments of our residents. Often residents are commenting on items to do with their neighbours, and they may not wish their comments to be included verbatim. If it was something that allowed residents to choose whether their comments could be verbatim or be kept confidential, I would have no problem with that. But that's not what the alternate says. The alternate is going to ask that we publish submissions received in verbatim, whether people want them to be or not. I don't think that puts residents in a fair position, and many will want to put comments into the city that they perhaps would not want their neighbours to see. And I think that should be respected. So on that one, I ask you again to stick with the motion that's before us, but certainly it's something that we can look at down the road. The other one I want to address, and this one's very important, which is the alternate flagged on 14, which is to take a position on vaccines and take that position to Prime Minister, Premier, Chief Health Officers and others. Now, this game of, this profession of representing our community, as we are here to do in local government, state government or federal government, you often don't know clearly what the majority view of your community is, and you try and represent them because it's a representative role as best you can. Can I tell you, on this issue, we now know beyond a shadow of a doubt what the clear majority view of the community of Joondalup is on this issue. State election was held 2 weeks ago. Now, this issue was not an issue going into the 2021 state election. Vaccine requirements came in after that. Those in the community who have strong views on this have campaigned on it since the state election. But the results we saw in our community 2 weeks ago make it very clear that the vast majority of the residents of Joondalup would not support the position that has been foreshadowed for 15 here clearly would not support it. Can I please seek, is someone happy to move an extension? Thanks, Councillor May, seconded Councillor Kingston. By a show of hands, those in favour? Against? Thank you. Now, people who hold those views, I encourage them to continue to campaign for their cause, by all means. But it is not the role of the City of Joondalup to cherry-pick issues in our community and campaign on groups of residents' particular interests. If it is something that we are confident the majority of our community hold a position on, I completely support taking that advocacy position to other tiers of government. But if the foreshadowed motion were to be put up and moved, that would be a serious credibility issue for the City of Joondalup, and I think for the vast majority of our residents, and the results we saw a few weeks ago bore that out. So those who hold those views, I'm not telling you to stop promoting that, I'm not telling you to stop campaigning, but what I am saying, it is not the City of Joondalup to assist you in that. It is the role of the City of Joondalup to represent the majority of the residents of the City of Joondalup, and we now pretty clearly understand and know what their position is on this issue. As I said, I'm supporting the motion as it stands before us, and I strongly encourage the rest of the council to do so. Further comments? Councillor Kingston, do you wish to close?
Yes, very briefly. I support the additional amendments which have been made through Councillor Pizzey and the others. I'd like to thank those who supported those. Look, I guess coming to the contentious one, which it seems there's rough agreement on a lot of what's in the motion in front of us. Number 15, as I said, is that, for my opinion, is that I think we should give what the community has told the Joondalup Council at the AGM and pass it to the state and federal local members and create that opportunity for that discussion and say, here's an opportunity which the council is saying that this is what's been put to us, and then give those to the local members and say, this is the opportunity to start that discussion with the local members. As I said, I'm not willing to go further than that, and I gave my reasons at the start. And a lot of that, returning back to those points, is that for me, there has been a result of the December meeting where people did not want to believe the things that I said. They did not want to believe that I spoke to Councillor Pizzey before the meeting, and which there were emails, and did not want to believe the emails which I quoted.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Pizzey.
Councillor Kingston is saying that there were emails between us before the meeting. I deny that into the matter of changing how that motion read, and I would like him to say that, detract that.
I can't, under the meeting procedures, rule on a point of difference, even on factual recollection. But what I will do, and would be a valid point of order, Councillor Kingston, I'd ask you to confine your comments to summation of debate and not introduce any new material, please, in your comments.
Yes, I was referring to my comments at the start.
I agree, but I think you've definitely strayed into new material in referencing correspondence or communication between yourself and other councillors.
Right.
I don't recall that being discussed in the opening comments, and I'd ask you to confine your closing comments accordingly.
I can do that for you. Yes, so as I said that in opening, a number of my family members were, a family member of mine was told that somebody was going to report them and cause trouble for them. And that was because people didn't want to accept what I said. And those things are going to eventually come out under FOI, and it's going to bore out what I said in December. So, as I said, is that the result from members of the community, and it's not everyone here, there's a lot of very good people here who I've spoken to over the years on different matters, but unfortunately there has also been an element, and that's been around since that I've experienced since December, and then coming in relation to the AGM motions. And for that reason, I'm not willing to go further than this. And as the Mayor has said, is that there are reputational aspects that are attached to this motion, and I think the councillors need to think of that quite carefully. And I think everyone also does need to think carefully about if people are saying, well, they've experienced concerns about how the community has been interacting and dealing with the council, we're all aware of the comments which were made at the, over the last couple of months from the AGM onwards. So I think people need to bear in mind all of that when they do vote. And, at the end of the day, we also need to think about what are we doing to deliver for the majority of our residents, and whether this still fits in what the majority wants us to pursue. I have concerns about what went through with COVID. I have concerns about the vaccination schedule, which was pushed. But at the same time, the problem with this and what Councillor Raftis has been proposing is that there's no bottom to this, is that if we are constantly advocating on things outside of the local government role, there is no end to medical products which we'll be having to discuss, or other, not just medical products, but other issues which could be brought into the local government sphere for us to be advocating on. And every time there is an error which another level of government makes, we could be having the same discussion and the same type of pressure groups being formed and the same types of what I would call intimidating behaviour. So, as I said, I think the other councillors need to think about this quite carefully, about the way that this will play in the community and in the media if this, the alternate that Councillor Raftis has put through, with the alternate which Councillor Raftis is proposing.
Thank you. I'll put item 1 and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried. I will put item 2 and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and item 2 is carried. I will put item 3 and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and the item is carried. I will put item 4 and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and that item is carried. Item 5, I'll put that item and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and that item is carried. Item 6, and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and that item is carried. Item 7, and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and that one is carried. Item 8, and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried. Item 9, although what's on the screen is not the amended item 9. So I'll just get that changed quickly. Put item 9 as you see it on the screen before you there and ask you to cast your vote. Thank you. Declare voting closed and that is carried. Item 10. I'll put that and ask you to cast your vote. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. Item 11. Put that motion and ask you to cast your vote. Thank you. Declare voting closed and the item is carried. Thank you, governance team. Doing a good job. Item 12, I'll put that one and ask you all to cast your vote. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. Item 13, and ask you to cast your vote. Thank you. Declare the voting closed. That is carried. Item 14. I'll just get that up on the screen. Is that the amended one? Can I just scroll down and see if the new point 5 is? It is. I'll put item 14 and ask you to cast your vote on that. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. And item 15. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your vote. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. Item 16 and ask you to cast your vote. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. I'll keep going. 17 and ask you to cast your vote. Declare the voting closed. That is carried. Item 18 and ask you to cast your vote. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. Item 19. Please cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried. Item 20, and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried. In the interest of time, I will put 21 to 24 all together, unless anybody has an objection with that, and ask you to cast your votes on 21 to 24. Declare voting closed, and that is carried. Thank you. Next item tonight is item 13.1.2. Councillor Kingston has withdrawn. Councillor Kingston, do you wish to move?
I'll move it as written.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo as seconder. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. There's not much to say about this. This is about just proposing a 1% for art program on new developments in the city. I'll leave it there, but I'll respond to comments and let Councillor Vinciulo speak.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you, through you. Just a couple of questions to support the gallery, and then I'll have a few words. I just want to put it out there first. Why is the item being presented to Council tonight, considering it's already been approved as part of the master plan? And could you clarify the reason for the follow-up at this stage?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The policy that's before Council tonight is essentially following through on one of the fundamentals established in the Public Art Master Plan, which Council adopted in July last year. The master plan provides the overarching strategic framework for our approach to public art, including how we intend to fund public art. So the plan states that funding will come from a number of streams, one being the Public Art Reserve Fund, through the annual budget process, through contributions made as part of city development, and then also as part of contributions made from private development. So the local planning policy is essentially putting the framework in place that would allow us to obtain those contributions from private development. So in essence, the commitment to develop a local planning policy is established in the master plan, and then this policy is putting the detail around how that commitment is met.
Thank you. And just to follow up, could you provide an overview of how the City of Joondalup's position on public art compares to other councils? Specifically, where do we stand in relation to neighbouring councils in terms of public art policies and contributions?
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So as part of the process, we did some benchmarking against other metro local governments. Of the 29 we looked at, 24 of those have percent for art local planning policies in place, such as the one that we're proposing. We looked at a number of the triggers or the mechanisms that they use. There's a fairly common percentage that's allocated to public art contribution as a function of total project cost. That is typically 1%, and that's what we're suggesting in our policy. The threshold of development value is quite consistent across the different local governments at $2 million. That's what we're also proposing as part of our policy. Where there's a provision that's built into the policy but tends to vary across the local governments comes to whether or not there's a cap placed on the contribution that an applicant would make as part of a development. It ranges from $250,000 to $500,000 to some that don't have a cap at all. We're suggesting we don't cap it at this stage. In relation to our neighbours, Wanneroo, Swan and Stirling all have percent for art policies in place. Wanneroo's and Swan's match the policy that we've drafted, with the exception of they both have caps at $500,000. And then the difference with City of Stirling's policy is that they have a 2% total project cost contribution, whereas we're proposing 1%, and that seems to be the common theme across the other local governments as well.
Councillor Vinciullo.
Thank you. Well, firstly, I want to commend the city for the body of work created that clearly outlines this critical step in our public art master plan that was approved by council in July last year. I fully support the city's recommendation to prepare and advertise the draft percent for art scheme local planning policy, and the initiative aligns with the strategic vision outlined in the public arts master plan, which aims to foster a vibrant and inclusive community through the creative use of public art. It's important to recognise that public art has the power to activate spaces, in particular our CBD, enrich our local identity and build a sense of pride within our community. By adopting a percentage for art policy, we are taking a bold step towards making our city more culturally dynamic and in line with the best practices already embraced by our neighbouring local governments such as Wanneroo, Stirling and Swan. The LPP will ensure that developers contribute to the innovative, artistic and cultural fabric of the city, ensuring cultural development that reflects the values of our community and enhances our CBD public spaces and in turn activate it. The cap on contributions has been thoughtfully removed, ensuring that the policy is flexible and can accommodate the diverse needs of our rapidly growing city. I also want to note that this policy is not an arbitrary measure, but rather a logical extension of the public art master plan that was approved by council in July 2024. The proposal is designed to complement and strengthen that framework, ensuring that we are not only meeting the artistic aspirations of our community, but also encouraging economic growth by enhancing our city's appeal as a destination for residents and visitors alike. Moreover, I believe this policy provides an equitable solution for developers, offering the option for in-kind contributions through on-site public art or cash in lieu to fund future projects in line with the master plan. This flexibility allows for greater cultural options in how we shape our public spaces. The introduction of this policy will also bring us into alignment with state and national standards, where a large majority of local governments have already adopted similar measures. It will enable the city to invest in public art in a sustainable way and continue to attract visitors and residents to our vibrant community. In closing, I believe this policy represents a forward-thinking approach that will significantly enhance the city's cultural landscape. I encourage my fellow councillors to support the recommendation to prepare and advertise the draft percent for an art scheme local planning policy, as it will help us achieve the cultural and community goals laid out in our master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further comments? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not even going to sugarcoat this one. We live in a time where cost of living is paramount. People can't afford to buy homes. People can't afford to build homes. We're introducing what I would see as just taxing. This is another way to tax. I think if there was a percent for art local planning policy, it could be a suggestion of a voluntary donation instead of enforcing these additional fees onto developers and all the others. I know they make money. We're all in it to make money. But the simple fact is that we're talking all about this and we're forgetting the fact that those costs will be passed on to the people who are buying these homes. And it puts things further and further out of reach for people that are struggling already. People in the future, they're going to struggle more. My children will have to pay these taxes and fees like everyone else does, and we're just adding more to it. So I'd like you all to keep that in mind before voting on this, that it is just another way to tax people.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you. Just a question before we start, just following on from Councillor Vinciullo's question around about comparisons. How do we compare to the City of Perth?
Director Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. We're currently consistent with the City of Perth in that we don't have a percent for art local planning policy, and through the benchmarking exercise that was undertaken, it appears as though the City of Perth also doesn't have a percent for art local planning policy.
Yeah, thank you. I'll move on to make a comment. Obviously, this has been a topic that's been through policy committee and there's been numerous discussions on it. My position has remained pretty consistent on it. Obviously, at the moment, we're struggling to encourage high-rise development in Joondalup CBD, as Joondalup is striving to be, the capital of Perth's north. I think it's important that we benchmark ourselves against Perth's capital city, which is Perth itself, who doesn't have this policy. Now, one of the big apartment projects that's always, shined at and looked at as a great example in Joondalup is obviously the Art House apartment block. Now, the Art House apartment block in 2019 was estimated to cost $85 million. When you factor in inflation and increase in building costs, we'd be looking at a contribution upwards of $1 million. Estimate that across the number of apartments. We're talking about an increase in construction costs of around about $10,000 per apartment because of this policy. If we do want to proceed with this, as I've made the point previously, I think there does need to be a carve-out for the CBD if we want to make it more economical to have apartments built in the CBD. The Art House apartment block at the time, my understanding was the economics were very marginal. If I was to hazard a guess, this policy would have been enough probably to not make it go ahead. So that's why I will not be supporting the continuation of this. Happy for us to have a policy, but I'm concerned about the impact it might have on future development in Joondalup CBD as we strive to be the second capital city of Perth.
Thank you. Councillor Raftis, then Councillor May.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll sort of agree with the sentiments of Councillor O'Neill regards to this. I see it as an additional cost imposition when we're trying to get places built. The question, if we go down this path, and everyone else apparently does, other councils, do we look at then other aspects that arise out of large-scale developments in terms of, okay, well, you need additional infrastructure in the surrounding areas for sporting and recreation purposes. Do we create a charge to levy them to contribute towards those matters as well? So as far as I'm concerned, you could go on and charge for a whole range of things, but I just see that we're just imposing additional costs on development. And for any smart developer around, there would no doubt be ways around it, and will it actually deliver what we want? So no, I'm not a supporter of this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of brief comments. I'm in some agreement with what Councillor Hutton said. I apologise, I had to excuse myself. But in terms of having a percent for art policy, I think when you have large-scale developments, and one of them being art houses, Councillor Hutton mentioned, if it's an uncapped percentage, the costs become astronomical. I'm not sure what kind of public art would cost $1 million, but I'd hope it would be pretty cool. Excuse me. And the other thing that Councillor Raftis mentioned, people will always find a way around paying for things, whether it be a tax or whether it be a levy on a development. I'm sure many people know the famous window tax analogy from the 16 or 1700s in the UK, when they taxed the size of windows, so they started building things with tiny windows to get around the tax. Some things never change throughout history. I think the city should definitely be doing more. We do a good job, but we could be doing more in this space. And I've moved many motions over the years to that effect. In terms of public art, I'm very pleased that the art's on display out here for people to see as well. I think that's a really good idea. But I do have some concerns about staffing development, especially in the CBD, where we're struggling to attract the kind of development we want at the moment because of the construction market and the economy. And I think when high-rise developments become borderline uneconomical, things like this, as Councillor Hutton mentioned, can put it over the edge. So I'm quite cautious about it. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks to you, Mr Mayor. question. Could I ask the Director how many potential high-rise developers have informed the City of concerns with that a 1% scheme such as this might prevent them from going ahead with any projects? Thank you.
Director?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. None at this stage, but at the same time, I do acknowledge that we haven't gone out and consulted on this policy yet, or necessarily approached developers. I think, as I mentioned in response to one of the other questions, there are a number of local governments, or certainly the majority in the metro area, that do have these policies. So I would imagine developers are at least familiar with an obligation within various local governments for this contribution.
Yes, thank you. And a follow-up question, if I may, just to double check on some of the numbers that Councillor Hutton referred to with regard to Art House. If I heard correctly, there was a suggestion that a 1% policy would add $10,000 to the construction cost of each apartment, which implies that the construction cost of each apartment at Art House would have been $1 million or more. Can I just get some clarity as to whether those numbers are ballpark correct? Thank you.
Director?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Whilst I can't provide specifics, I would not anticipate that each apartment would cost $1 million per apartment to construct, and even just a rough estimate based on the number of apartments and the estimated development value of Art House, that also wouldn't calculate to $1 million per apartment.
Thank you. And just a comment, I just appreciate that elected members need to be making decisions based on being well informed with factual information. So I'd encourage people to ask questions if there's any uncertainty as to what they're assuming or being told. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions, if I may. Do we still have the cash in lieu for parking in terms of developments, I think primarily within the CBD?
Director? We do. Yes. Director?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. We're in a bit of a transition phase in relation to cash in lieu for parking in the city centre. So fairly recently, the deemed provisions of the planning and development regulations changed and basically introduced a requirement on local governments to have the ability to leverage cash in lieu for parking. There'd be a need for a specific parking plan. The city's in the process of preparing that plan, so we would be again in a position to take cash in lieu for parking. But we have had policies in the past, particularly in our city centre, regarding cash in lieu for parking.
A second question. Are you able to provide any details of what that reserve holds in value at the moment?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I would need to take that question on notice. Apologies, Councillor Fishwick. I don't have that detail in front of me this evening.
That's okay. My third question is, with the cash in lieu for art, is that across the whole Joondalup district, or are you confining it to, I'm trying to read the policy but couldn't find that it's just for the CBD? Because, as I might elaborate, if you're going to the Warwick Quarter takes off with all those apartments, etc., there's probably an issue there.
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The percent for art local planning policy that Council are considering tonight is effectively the mechanism for how a private development will be required to contribute to public art, whether that be something that they deliver themselves or if they provide effectively a cash in lieu contribution to the city. In relation to how public art is distributed throughout the city, that's really guided via the public art master plan that the council has adopted. I might ask, through you, Mr. Mayor, if the Director of Corporate Services wanted to make any observations into how public art would be distributed throughout the city.
Director Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Responding through you. Whilst we wouldn't be strictly enforcing a a suburb by suburb arrangement. The general principle is that where the money is contributed from, there would be art appropriate for that area put in place as close to developments as we can get it. So to refer to the example that was provided, if those developments were to go ahead and there was a contribution, we would try and keep the artwork in and around that Warwick Quarter area or within the adjacent suburbs to complement those areas, and the master plan covers off the type of works that are appropriate for each of those suburbs.
Councillor.
A final question then, wouldn't a situation where we have the cash and lieu for parking that you can only use it within certainly where the development occurs, so it could be used throughout the city, but you are saying you could isolate it to that particular suburb or district of the city, portion of the city. Is that correct?
Director.
Through Mr Mayor, that's slightly different conditions there. The parking in lieu is contained within legislation the city simply can't change. There's regulations at a state level we had to comply with. With a percentage for art scheme, the final discretion sits with council. There's a policy position that would ask us to spend the money roughly throughout the city, but council at its own discretion could set that aside if it chose to.
Thank you. Councillor? Further comments?
Mayor, I have a point of clarification.
Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, sorry. I previously made a statement which was questioned by the Deputy Mayor around the cost of construction in an apartment. I just wanted to provide the clarification that the cost of constructing those apartments in 2019 was over $500,000, and the cost of constructing an apartment today in the Perth market is exceeding $1 million in high-rise apartments. And I quote the Civic Heart development, where the cost of constructing an apartment on average was over $1.2 million. So the numbers I quoted were accurate numbers, and they do reflect the current Perth market.
I don't consider that to be a personal explanation, Councillor Hutton. A personal explanation is for clarification if you think you essentially got something incorrect. So no, I won't give you the call. I mean, you've made the comment, but next time, personal explanation needs to be confined to within those matters.
Well,
Further,
I'll make a point of order then.
No, Councillor. Well, point of order, Councillor Hutton.
I'll make a point of order in regards to an adverse reflection made by the Deputy Mayor in regards to a comment I made around the construction cost of an apartment being incorrect, and that the amount of money we quote should be accurate. There was an accusation.
There's no disagreement is not an adverse reflection, Councillor Hutton. So if you read the meeting procedures, he has to have reflected on your motives or actions, not disagreed with a statement that you put forward, and that's been well tested. So disagreement is not an adverse reflection. Further comments? Question, Councillor Vinciulo?
Just some follow-up questions based on the comments around the table.
Councillor?
Could the city just please, for my colleagues, clarify exactly what public art is? In addition, could we also clarify the amount of cities that have adopted the public art policy? Because the spreadsheet clearly indicates that there's a clear majority, and I'd like that stipulated. And finally, could the city provide comment on the feedback regarding the impacts, as they seem to be? I would like some validation on their positioning, put it that way, or some clarification on their positioning. Thank you.
Well, I think for late debate clarification, I need a more confined question than that, Councillor Vinciulo.
Could the city provide comment on the feedback regarding impact?
Again, I'm reluctant to allow the question because I'm reluctant to. I would. Rather than can the city provide general comment, what are you seeking specifically?
There was a reference that there's an impact on the city that will detract development. I'd like to discuss that impact from a city's perspective or a response.
Yeah, I think I won't allow that question. I think that's drawing officers into debate at that point. Further comments? Councillor Kingston, do you wish to close?
Yes, I will. Listening to debate, I do find myself led along by Councillor O'Neill's comments about, will the 1% then just add to a cost of living expense for the average person? And I think that is a reasonable point to raise. I think it's worth noting that this is a $2 million threshold though, so we are talking sort of large developments, but I think he is correct to say that it will add an extra cost. Although I do find myself also then considering the alternate argument of saying, you know, having a public art plan and levying a 1%, will that then make areas more desirable, and is a way of trying to then improve areas around the city by levying that 1%, then increase the value of areas around the city and increase the desirability of investment. So I find myself quite split on this. So I'm not sure at this stage whether listening to everything that I would wholly agree with approving a percent for art policy, but tonight's motion is about advertising for a policy, and I think I'm prepared to say about supporting advertising and asking the developers and asking the community, is this going to cause impediments and will this work? So I am still quite concerned about it, but for me, that's where I've been led to with this. I do understand it could be an additional cost that then on one side could prevent development, but on another side, is it actually going to then act as something to encourage development, and then something you levy for a period of time to encourage development in an area and receive those funds and then reinvest it? So I am split on it, on those points. So, but I will respond to, I think, Councillor Hutton's comments to the Deputy Mayor about Civic Heart and the cost of those apartments. I did look it up during the debate then, and it does seem to be sort of a riverfront apartment building. So I just do wonder if those apartments at 1 million might be in excess of what might be the Perth average for apartment prices. Those might be sort of more luxury apartments looking out onto the river. I don't know, but yeah, I think probably the average apartment cost in Perth is probably a bit lower than that. So I'll be supporting what is the committee's recommendation. There's been a lot of toing and froing about what is the correct percentage to levy, if any. There's been a lot of toing and froing about should there be limits on an upper end or not, and I think there's been a lot of debate on that. But for me, I think I'm not entirely against it, so for that reason, that's why I'm willing to say I'm happy to advertise it and actually try and find out what the developers in the market think about this, and I'd hope through that process that the city can try and reach out to its networks and find out, is this something that's going to work from the perspective of the people that are building and developing and the community at large.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Next item withdrawn is 13.1.6, proposed short-term rental accommodation amendment to LPS 3. Councillor Chester asked for it to be withdrawn, but I'll go to Councillor Kingston as chair in the first instance to move. Councillor Kingston?
I'll just move it as written.
Moves as written. Councillor Chester, happy to second?
Yes, happy to.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston?
I'll just respond to comments.
Thank you. Councillor Chester?
Yes, thank you. I withdrew that item to ask a couple of questions, if you will. To the Director of Planning, are there any restrictions, through you of course, are there any restrictions on the location of short-term rental accommodation facilities?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The only restrictions on where a short-term rental accommodation could be provided would be guided through the local planning scheme and particularly the zoning table. So the zoning table, I guess, segments the city up into different zones, ranging from a broad residential zone, commercial zones, industrial zones. Broadly speaking, a short-term rental accommodation would be able to operate within our residential zone.
Councillor Chester?
Yes. Now, I note with some concern on reading this report, it means that if you lived in a normal neighbourhood, you could quite possibly have a short-term rental accommodation next door, unhosted, I might add, with the potential to have 12 guests and most likely in a holiday mode. I guess I'm leading to the question, has the city really considered the likely amenity impact on neighbours with this particular amendment, which, if I'm correct, was forced on us by the WAPC? They requested us to make a scheme amendment. Is that correct?
Director?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. In essence, yes, and in relation to our response to the changes that the state government has made around short-term accommodation, we're taking it in two steps. So this first step is really to align our current framework in the short term with what the state government framework states at the moment. The second part, which will be something that's considered through our local planning strategy, is the locational considerations of within a residential area where a short-term accommodation shouldn't be allowed. So the guidelines that the state government issued as part of these changes states that local governments can really only consider locational criteria for short-term accommodation if it's set out in your local planning strategy. As elected members would know, we're currently in the throes of reviewing our local planning strategy, and so the intent is to fix up our current planning framework to align with the state government changes in the immediate, and then as part of our local planning strategy review, we can also tackle what is probably a bigger undertaking in relation to short-term accommodation as to whether or not we need to put some locational criteria around our residential areas where short-term accommodation shouldn't or shouldn't be allowed.
Councillor?
Yes, just one further question. Is it correct that up to 3 months, 90 days, if you like, no approval is required?
Director?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, that's right. Through the state government changes, effectively short-term accommodation up to 3 months doesn't require approval.
All right, my final comment, Mr Mayor, is I think under the circumstances that I've outlined, I think we need to be very, very careful about where these facilities are going to be located, and from my point of view at least, I would suggest that we give it some very careful thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Raftis?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A couple of questions, if I may, through you. In terms of monitoring the 90-day limit, what processes are in place to determine if a premises exceeds that 90 days, and then what action would be taken?
Director?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. The state government department, DIMMERS, or the Department of Energy, Mining and the like, monitors the bookings of registered short-term rental accommodation, and it'll notify the city when bookings exceed 90 nights in the calendar year, which is the maximum that's been referred to. And so in that instance, if the city is notified, then it becomes our responsibility to go and investigate and undertake the appropriate type of compliance action to I guess, redirect that operator back to meeting their requirements.
Councillor?
Thank you. As a follow-up, just trying to understand what exactly that action would be. If they exceed the 90 days, then what is the action to actually make them comply? Are we able to stop them hiring out until they've undertaken a proper approval?
Director?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. It's probably difficult to say categorically what we would do because every situation would be different. There would be the ability to take fairly severe enforcement action in the likes of prosecuting at the at the other end of the spectrum, they may be advised of the breach that they've undertaken and advised on how they, if they do seek to trade beyond the 90 nights in a calendar year, advised of the process that they'd need to undertake to legitimise that, and that would be through a formal planning application that would need to be assessed and determined.
Councillor.
Thank you for that. In terms of managing these properties and ensure they comply with their complaints management process, what are the avenues open to the city, and what obligation does that provide upon city staff in terms of enforcing issues around antisocial behaviour and noise and car parking as examples?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The way the short-term accommodation is operated or managed would be controlled through a management plan that would be required to be put in place, and that would form part of a condition of approval. And so really that's the mechanism that the city can use in the event that we do receive complaints or concerns regarding how a short-term accommodation is being operated. We would then refer to the management plan that's in place for that accommodation, and then align what commitments are made through the management plan versus what is occurring on site.
Councillor.
Is there a sort of understanding of the potential additional workload on the city staff in order to comply with what appears are going to be individual management plans for each premises, and how we would deal with that imposition, and how are we conveying that to the state government?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. We made submissions through the process to the state government when invited to do so, to bring to their attention what the various concerns were of the city, and how the proposed approach to short-term rental accommodation would be managed. In relation to the additional workload or imposition on the city, that is acknowledged. I suppose we're treating it in the same way that we would be required to do with any other development proposal or approval that is issued. Each development proposal does come with its own set of unique conditions that, if we're asked to investigate, we need to then line up the approval against what's happening on any particular site. So it is absolutely acknowledged that it's likely to require work, but as I said, that's not necessarily any different to whether or not we receive and approve multiple development proposals throughout the year.
Further comments? Councillor Kingston, do you wish to close?
I'll just say briefly, I see the changes that the state has decided to push on us as just a little unfortunate. I think it does see the local government lose a degree of control in this area, especially among unhosted short-stay accommodation of 3 months. So I think it is a bit of a concern, but I guess we've got to work with where things are at. So I'll leave it there and encourage everyone to support the committee's recommendation, which is following through with the state, the changes which the state government has put upon us.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and the item is carried. Next item is 13.1.9, venue hire fees and charges. Councillor Kingston, are you happy to move committee's recommendation?
Yes, I'll move the committee's recommendation
Thank you.
as written.
Councillor Pizzi, you asked for it to be withdrawn. Are you happy to second, or should I go to another seconder?
I'm happy to second.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. This motion has come about through a fair amount of back and forth through the committee and with the council members who aren't even on the committee. As probably people are aware, is that about 2 years ago that there was a proposal to start reviewing the facility hires policy once there was an increase in the new regime of fees was brought in. Over the last year, there's been a survey that was sent out to all the clubs, and then in addition to that, there was the opportunity to present to the policy committee in person. I personally found, and I think this goes for most of the members of the committee, that having the clubs having an opportunity to present to the committee and so we can understand the issues which different people who hire city venues have, I think it was a very productive experience, and I'd like to thank the administration for organising it and facilitating that. As far as the changes to the policy itself, so the review itself and the deliberations of the committee have come forward with this recommendation. There was a lot of discussions about what should be changed, and I personally came forward with a number of amendments that could have been considered. But what's before us tonight is sort of a consensus option, is that there's multiple people on this council who hold very differing opinions about how best the venue hires policy can serve our community. And I think it does need to be acknowledged that for those clubs which were not paying some fee, then to be moved onto a fee structure has been difficult for many of them. Other ones, the transition has been easier, but there's been also other clubs which were paying significant fees that if they didn't receive a discount under the previous policy, to hire, say, a small hall was costing them $40 an hour, and that was something that they were being charged, and it was something that was affecting the financial viability of their club. It is now the case that that all clubs have been moved over to the same fees, regardless of whether it's a field sporting club or whether it's an indoors club that plays board games, or whether it's a seniors group, and so on. So it does have, there are issues that do arise when you do try and flatten the field and apply the same fee to everyone, but at the same time, the rationale and the objective in the policy was to try and acknowledge that different social activities that everyone participates in, for different people, all contribute to those people's lives. So for seniors, some of them can't play field sports. For people who don't like field sports, there might be bridge games that they pay. For other people who don't play bridge, there's community arts, and that all forms the social tapestry of our community. So it's been a very difficult policy to try and find ways to accommodate all those different aspirations in the community. So as I said, what's being put in front and what the committee has managed to settle on here is very much a compromise. So starting on June 30, so at the end of this financial year, it was proposed that the Category C rate was going to double to 50% of the hourly operating costs. The committee deliberated and has suggested that that will not be imposed. The administration suggested that there would be a stepwise introduction of this, of 5% a year increase, so from 25 to 30% and so on. The committee deliberated and decided, no, the current fees that the clubs are charging is enough. We're not going to be increasing that. We're not trying to seek to, for this policy to create a profit. This is not a profit-making activity. This is some way of trying to find ways of balancing some type of cost contribution for clubs, and also a way of trying to reduce block bookings in the community. It has been contentious about how best to do that, and that's why at the bottom of this is that there's going to be, and this is why points 3 and 4 were added, to try and add more reviews into this as this policy matures, finding out ways that we can see where there might still be issues. We had presentations from all sorts of groups, from community sporting groups, from commercial operators, from the organisations that are really much charities that operate in the city's facilities. And for each of those, it's meant that the city has had to try and find different ways that within this new policy to accommodate them, whether it's if there's an inability to pay, such as I think Mr. Strickland spoke earlier today, whether it's Lions clubs, whether a fee waiver. In those cases, can I have an extension of time?
I'll propose an extension. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Deputy Mayor. By a show of hands, those in favour? Against? Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. So there's been different ways of trying to accommodate the concerns based on the different categories, and so there's been a lot of work that's been put into this, and it's one of those ones, because it's a policy that affects all these groups differently. It's been very hard to try and settle on what is the best way of sorting this policy into the future. And that's why there's a commitment in this to try and continue to review this, to iron out those issues, trying to make sure that our clubs are financially viable so that they can continue to provide the services that they do provide to the community. So this has not been an easy process. There are a lot of options and things which were discussed in the committee. And so what we have here with these 4 points is very much a position which we could try and get some agreement on. So I'd encourage everyone to support this. I know it's not perfect. I know that there'll be groups in the community that may have difficulties, but I just encourage people to try and find a way, especially for point 1, which says that we're not going to be increasing the hourly operating costs and passing those on to the community. As I said, at June 30, it was proposed to double. This is saying we're not doing that. We're keeping it what it is, and we're not going to be raising it in the future. So I think it's important that people acknowledge that we have a policy as it is currently, and we're trying to work forward a solution, those sort of outliers and problems that are within it. So I'd encourage people to support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Kingston. Councillor Pizzey, a seconder.
Yes, thank you. I will not be supporting the venue hire fees charges policy. I do accept that it has encouraged the reduction in ghost bookings, and at the level it is now has been tolerated by most clubs and groups who were negatively affected. I also note that there were some clubs who have had benefit financially. I note, however, that these costs will incrementally increase over time, and that they will put pressure on the ratepayers and community members that offer and run the community groups like the Whitford Seniors and junior sporting groups that offer crucial services for our community and pay rates for those facilities. The future of the incremental venue hire fee increase is what concerns me and those clubs. We heard tonight that the Senior Citizens Club may not function with those raised fees. We heard small businesses that will not be able to continue, and families who are already struggling with the cost of living who will struggle further and could potentially affect their ability for their children to play sports. And for that reason, I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, in terms of the contentious policy, and I think where we are at the moment in terms of keeping the Category C rate at 25% is a step forward, and not seeing it increase to the proposed 50%. I do have concerns around how we come to those hourly operating costs, and I had contemplated an amendment but I will be working through with the administration to put that through to the Audit and Risk Committee around having these average hourly operating costs subject to the internal audit process each year. I think it's important that such a imposition upon the community is well and truly justified and demonstrated when we come up with these charges. There's still a lot to look at in terms of improving this policy, how we deal with aspects such as multiple users on the same location. I think it was raised in the workshop, and I'm not sure there's a clear understanding of how rates might be discounted should there be multiple users utilising the one open space, for example. There's also issues around, I suppose, gaining access to various rooms, particularly if clubs have a storeroom, but the main area is being utilised by someone else. How do clubs access those storerooms on short notice to access important equipment? So these are matters which will continue to require process to be put in place and delivered by the city. So it's not perfect, and obviously there's still challenges around some of these organisations such as the Lions and the Whitford Seniors. So I'm trying to look at how we are continue to progress this and not have this left as the current existing proposal was to see it increase to 50% in the short term. So looking to see how we can continue to improve this and still encourage activity of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks. So, Mr. Mayor, just as is my practice, I would like to just double check on some numbers that have been mentioned tonight. There was a member of the community spoke earlier, and I do recall that when this venue policy first came up, the city advised that in making some groups that were getting it for free pay a nominal charge, and other groups that were paying more paying a lower charge. The intent was to effectively balance the books so that the net result was not a profit to the city or a loss to the city. So my question relates to that, and there was a member of the public who mentioned earlier that the city is making $800,000 profit out of this policy. Could I seek some clarification on that figure, where that might come from, and whether, as previously indicated, there is a general balance? Thank you.
Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the city receives approximately $800,000 per annum by way of fees under the venue hire fees and charges policy. Under the previous policy, the city receives slightly over $1 million. So the revenue the city receives has reduced, but we still do receive $800,000 per annum, approximately, in fees paid by clubs and associations.
Councillor.
Yes, so thank you. Just understanding the response to the question then, I think it's clear that the city is not making a profit at all out of this revised venue hire policy. I see this was supported by the policy committee, and I just encourage elected members to support what's before us. I think it's a good outcome, and we did have the opportunity for clubs to come and present to us on their experiences, and their experiences, from my recollection, were generally very supportive and positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Raftis, your light's sort of flashing on and off there. Right. Do you have a question?
Yeah, question, if I can. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. There was an audit undertaken of usage. Just wondering, is the city planning to undertake similar audits of the usage by the clubs under the AXRA arrangement?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the city undertakes regular audits of bookings to ensure that the clubs that have booked spaces are there and using the space. I don't recall us having done one for the AXRA clubs, but it is something we can add to the audit for next year.
Further comments?
Can I ask a question?
Councillor Pizzey.
Just a question on the costings. As the increments increase, does the city have an estimate of what their profit will be once it's past the 50% mark?
Director Humphrey.
Through Mr. Mayor, as the recommendation is written, there won't be an increase in the fees. At the moment, the city is providing a 75% subsidy on the cost of providing the facilities that we do for clubs, so it's highly unlikely the city will ever make a profit.
Councillor.
In the future, will the fees, is it intention for the fees to move on from that, or?
Director.
Through Mr. Mayor, the way the policy is currently being recommended, no, there will not be an increase in the fees.
Further comments? Councillor Kingston, do you wish to close?
Yes. To again address the concerns raised by Councillor Pizzey, no, the policy will not be increasing the fees incrementally. There was an officer's recommendation previously for it to be increased incrementally from 25% to 50% of the average hourly cost. The committee's recommendation, which is being put forward to vote tonight, is to say there will be no increase on the average hourly operating costs, which will be passed on. So there'll be no incremental increase from the 25%, and it's not contemplated in the policy for that to change. So I think it's worth addressing that clearly so people understand that what was proposed previously, there was an increase, and the committee has said, listening to the community, no, there should not be. And I hope, just to make sure there's avoidance of any doubt around that. I hope that the council members tonight can support this in its entirety, especially 3 and 4, in addition to the earlier points about making sure that we don't increase fees, but especially 3 and 4 to say we want to make sure that there's a review continuing. So if things become outliers, if there are problems with financial sustainability with clubs, that we are making sure that we're looking and those can be addressed. And especially again for commercial operator permits, to make sure that we had a number of businesses present, and I believe the city's been engaging with them to try and work out business permits for them to access city venues and to make sure that their businesses stay viable. So there's work being done to try and make this work. And once again, what's being put forward tonight, there was a lot of discussions about ways the policy could have been amended, could have been changed, but what is here tonight is something which we've managed to come to some agreed position. Of course, there's different opinions around the council chambers about how it should be, how things should be done, but this is something that we've tried to come to an agreed position. So I'd encourage people to support it for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your vote. Declare the voting closed, and that motion is carried. Council, I'm proposing an exception resolution that, pursuant to clause 4.83 of the meeting procedures...
Sorry, Mayor Jacob. There was one item that I forgot to withdraw. So it's the donations policy, the emergency donations policy. So
I might just... Okay. I noted that one. You do wish to move that because the advice, if I can say, Councillor Kingston, was it's ex-GST irrespective, including GST irrespective.
Yes, so the recommendation from the officers was to remove the phrase excluding GST, and so that was circulated in the briefing pack. So I was hoping that I could move that and somebody could move the amendment.
No worries. I'll return to that item, which is item 13.1.8. What I'll do, because it's not our practice to move a committee recommendation as an alternate, I'll move the committee recommendation, if you're happy to, and then I think it can just be dealt with as an amendment if you'd prefer, or you can, actually I'll get you to move, Councillor Kingston, and I'll just move it as an amendment.
Yes, that's suitable.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Hutton. Any discussion on the motion?
No, I'll just move it as written.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton. Thank you. Council, I propose an amendment as put forward in Councillor Kingston's name, that we remove the terms excluding GST in items 1.1 and twice in 1.2. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded, Councillor Kingston. Thank you. I think it's relatively straightforward and the officer's advice makes that clear as well. Councillor Kingston.
It's very straightforward. The officer's advice is that the alternate motion is supported, and I don't think there's much more that needs to be said to it.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? I'll put the amendment and ask you to cast your vote. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried. I'll put the primary motion and as amended and ask you to cast your vote on that. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried as well. Council, I then will be proposing an exception resolution motion that, pursuant to clause 4.83 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law 2013, adoption by exception resolution, that Council adopts the following items, being item 12.1, 12.3, 12.5, 12.6, 12.9, 12.10, 12.11, 13.1.1, 13.1.3, 13.1.4, 13.1.5, 13.1.7, 13.2.1, well updated, and 13.2.2. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Deputy Mayor. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed, and that is carried. We now come to reports of the CEO, item 14.1, residential parking permits. Deputy Mayor did withdraw, but I'll give Councillor O'Neill, are you happy to move the recommendation as it stands as the proposer of the motion?
Yes, I am. However, I believe there's an alternate.
But again, it will have to be foreshadowed.
Happy to move it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, are you happy to second? Thank you. Councillor O'Neill?
Yeah, so I'll speak really, really briefly to this one. Just let me bring this up there. So I did read the report that came back. After reading the report, I am still left with quite a few questions. I believe that giving the residents paper permits should be, allowed past the point of June 30th, 2025. I believe that there's going to be a lot of residents that will struggle with this. Should we allow this to go through? Some of the figures that were presented in the report don't add up to me still. For example, if I could use it, the $92,000 for a field officer based on the paper system, yet there's no given cost for dedicated staff member, which has been mentioned there. There's been nothing mentioned in terms of the cost of that. The other thing would be the software that has been mentioned that will need to be purchased. However, there is no figures or licensing fee figures in relation to this, so we're just sort of flying blind on those. I've seen some of the licensing figures of software that we purchase and use here in the city, and they're astronomically huge. It's not just like a Microsoft, Word, $50 a year thing. This is, tens of thousands and more per year. So I do believe that we need to obviously look at different options. I don't believe that the residents are interested in having the fee waived for the cost of the third residential permit. That's not what they're asking for. They're asking for a system that was simple. They're asking for a system that was easy to use for them. We have a lot of people that use these systems and they don't deal with the technology the way that, a lot of us do. They find it difficult. They find it scary, as I have mentioned before. So I don't think that this is the way forward in relation to just cutting them off after 6 months. I believe a lot of these people, they've earned the right to live in the city. They've earned the right to obviously park their car at the front of their house. It wasn't their fault that, everyone decided to park their cars there when the trains were running and, they clogged up the streets. It was just a solution that the city came up with to have those parking permits. And now it's been overcomplicated by a system that just, quite frankly, doesn't work. I've been onto the system online. It's antiquated. It is clunky. It needs a lot of work. By the city's own admission, it has said that, a period of overlay is necessary and appropriate. That wasn't given to the residents of the city. They was just basically sent a letter and said, this is the way it is now. So we need something different and we need something to change. I think having, those options for people that need it to have those parking permits should be available to them. They live here, they pay their rates like everyone else, and they don't need to be inconvenienced.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I'll start with some questions, if I may, just with reference to some of the comments from Councillor O'Neill. Question to the Director, is the new e-permit system antiquated? Thank you.
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. The e-permit system by its name is a digital system, so in terms of comparing what we have had traditionally, being a paper-based one and this one being a digital platform, I'd consider this to be a more contemporary and modern way of managing parking, and in terms of the way the user engages with it as well, we're not aware of any significant shortcomings either.
Thank you. As a follow-up question to the Director, does the e-permit system work? Thank you.
Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, in short.
Thank you. And a follow-up question. There was a reference to casting doubt on some of the figures in the report. Can I just ask the City Office Director to confirm whether the quoted figure in the report for $110,000 per annum for retention of the paper system, is that figure ballpark correct? Thank you.
Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. So in terms of looking at the transition from a paper-based system to an e-permit system, we did look at what the estimated annual operating cost would be. The comparison between the two is our estimate is that the e-permit system will provide us with an estimated saving of around $110,000 per year, the majority of which comes from staffing costs related to managing the paper-based permit system, not only our field officers out monitoring permit areas on foot, but also the admin workforce that's required to administer it as well.
Thank you for those clarifications. I'll move on to some comments now, if I may, through you, Mr Mayor. I do thank the City officers for the work undertaken in preparing this report. The City has proposed to change from the previous hard copy parking permit system to a digital e-permit system. This plan became apparent to residential parking permit holders from around mid-December 2024. A number of elected members started receiving numerous emails and phone calls from residents expressing concern with the e-permit system. It is acknowledged that elected members were not aware of the transition to e-permits prior to receiving communications from residents. The report shows that 31 complaints were received by the City from residents in the North Ward suburb of Joondalup. The report also shows that 3 complaints were received from residents in the South Ward suburb of Warwick, and 1 complaint was received from a resident in the South East Ward suburb of Woodvale. The originally proposed transition date was end of January 2025. As a North Ward councillor, I received many of the complaints from Joondalup residents. I engaged with those residents, brought their concerns to the attention of City officers and liaised with City officers in order to facilitate a revised transition date of end March 2025 and to put in place solutions to address the concerns raised by the residents. Those solutions are detailed in the report and I will not repeat them. However, given some of the public questions tonight, I would like to make it clear that anyone that has issues making changes to e-permits can call the City and they will make the changes on their behalf. I would hope that any other elected members that have had interactions with residents regarding genuine concerns, that those elected members have similarly advised those residents of the steps that the City has already undertaken to address those concerns. My observation is that the residents that addressed concerns to me previously have acknowledged the changes made to the transition date and have noted the proposed changes made that address the concerns that they raised. Over the last 4 weeks, I have not received any further correspondence from any residents expressing any concerns with the e-permit system. I have kept elected members informed regarding these matters during recent strategy sessions, briefing sessions and council meetings. There was a decision of council in February to request the report that is before us this evening. I am supportive of the recommendation before us, which proposes a further extension of the transition deadline to the end of June 2025. I wish to make some points regarding details presented in the report. On page 7, it is made clear that there are 2,570 properties that were eligible to request paper permits in 2024. The figures shown basically show that in Joondalup suburb, there was a relatively high take-up of paper permits. In the other suburbs of Warwick, Whitfords and Currambine, there was actually a very low take-up of permits. So let's be clear, those figures are based on paper permits, nothing to do with the e-permits. The report makes it clear that the City considers the e-permit system to provide benefits to residents and ratepayers in terms of convenience, compliance, efficiency, service levels, cost savings, environmental impact and data analytics. The report clarifies how the City addresses and manages issues of data protection, including data privacy and system security. The report makes clear that the expected cost saving to ratepayers from this transition to e-permits is estimated to be $110,000 per annum. If I could ask a question to Director Lee, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, do you seek an extension?
I do.
I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded Councillor Vinciulo. By a show of hands, those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. My question is, my assumption is that $110,000 per annum roughly equates to 0.1% of the city's annual general rates income. Is that correct?
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I can provide an estimate, and I'm sure the Director of Corporate Services will correct me if I'm wrong, but yes, roughly $100,000 is around 0.1% of our rate.
Thank you for that clarification. So potentially here we're looking at incurring a cost of 0.1% of the rates bill in order to assist further any residents that have not yet resolved with the city the issues that they're having. In closing, as a City of Joondalup councillor representing the best interests of our 165,000 residents, I cannot support a delay in the transition to e-permits beyond the end of June 2025. This deadline provides ample opportunity for any remaining residents that are still experiencing any ongoing difficulties with the transition to seek assistance from the city. My observation is that the extended deadlines and the steps taken by the city to address legitimate concerns raised by residents have been the city has taken appropriate steps to resolve those issues. I do not think we should be imposing a 0.1% increment on top of any future rate increases to facilitate the retention of paper permits. The lack of recent complaints or concerns communicated to me by residents would imply that imposing such costs on our ratepayers is not justified. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Pizzey.
I just want to thank the city for when the issue came up of the carers, that you are in discussion and making changes to allow those carers to enter, to get their own permit. I just want to flag that I think it's really important that all carers that come into the city, not just the ones that are part of big corporations and companies, have access to get those permits. A lot of carers work on their own private ABN. And also noting that the people who require those carers generally, in my mind, will be the ones most affected with the ability to use this system. So if we can help support them once it's completely implemented in assisting them in how they get their carers those permits.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you. Before I begin, I will foreshadow an alternate recommendation. I will run through that at the end. I would have ideally liked to have moved that earlier, but given this was added as a late item, I didn't have enough time to consult the community on that before I drafted up the recommendation, but I'll come back to that. Now, to begin with, I would like to commend the City Administration and a number of my fellow councillors, particularly my co-ward councillor, the Deputy Mayor, for the way you have diligently worked through many of the concerns that have been raised by local residents about the e-permit system. Having said this, based on the feedback I have received from a number of local residents, I still feel that there are numerous issues that still need to be addressed before I can be comfortable with a full transition to an e-permit system. Most of these concerns are particularly about the impact this may have on our elderly residents and those with disabilities, many of who have moved to Joondalup City Centre as a way to maintain their independence and stay connected. For context, the city has managed parking via a permit in some of its residential areas since 2009. It's important to note that this was introduced shortly after and as a result of the introduction of paid parking in the Joondalup CBD. To make that clear, the introduction of paid parking in the Joondalup CBD caused a knock-on effect into residential streets. That is why traditionally the city, to my understanding, has been prepared to cover the costs of monitoring this system. We discussed before the net benefit that comes from the paid parking system and producing more parking in the CBD, and unfortunately it is local residents that have to have parking permits because of this. Traditionally, this has been through a paper-based permit system. To demonstrate eligibility, all you have to do in the permit zone is display the permit on your dashboard. A lot of local residents, for example, have mentioned that during the day, when they have a gathering of their friends, most of who are retirees, they will often pool resources of their permits so that they can have a social gathering and social interactions within their own home. I think this is a very appropriate use of the service, and with the current change, it might not be possible. Now, another concern I have is around consultation. A major review of the permit system was undertaken in 2018 and resulted in a decision to gradually reduce the number of permits that a property is eligible for over a number of years from 5 to 2. Now, one of the key drivers behind this decision was the need to ensure that an adequate parking turnover was maintained on balance to balance the competing needs of users and expectations that adequate on-street parking was available for residents and visitors. Since this decision to gradually reduce the number of permits was made, there hasn't been any direct consultation with local residents about whether the changes have resulted in an optimal outcome, nor whether any changes, such as the introduction of e-permits, was required. Now, these comments bring me to some of the suggestions. Now, over the weekend, I did catch up with a number of local residents and to discuss some of their concerns and try to work out a way that we can progress with it. And I'll just make it clear that no one I spoke to was completely against an e-permit system. There was just a lot of concerns about the transition mechanisms. And I do feel like lots of these concerns can be addressed. However, I don't have confidence they can be addressed in the next 3 months. That's why the alternate recommendation, which I'm foreshadowing, which I circulated shortly before this meeting, and I apologise for that, but due to the time sensitivity, that was the earliest I could get it, effectively proposes that we support the continued use of the 2024 paper-based permits until the 30th of June 2025. So that basically means business as usual just now to 30th June 2025. It is, however, important that beyond that period, that those who transition across to the e-permit system do not also have access to paper permits, because at the moment, residents have access to twice as many permits as they should have access to. And I am getting feedback that that is, in the current period, having a knock-on impact to residents. But at the same time, my alternate recommendation supports the reissuing of new paper permits to those unable to transition to e-permits on a trial basis from the 1st of July 2025 until no earlier than 30th of December 2026. So in effect, what this means is we will be issuing the 2026 permits 6 months early for an 18-month period to those residents who are not able to transition across to the e-permit system. Now, over that period, we will be able to identify who those individuals are and hopefully work to address lots of their concerns. At the same time, my alternate recommendation also removes the time frame on the additional third permit. It basically removes that valid until 30th of June. It is, in my opinion, if residents choose to move across to the e-permit system, we have been told there will be...
Councillor Hutton, are you seeking an extension?
I am, thank you.
Happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor O'Neill, by show of hands, those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you. Just picking up there. We've obviously been told that with the introduction of the e-permit system, we should hopefully be able to increase the amount of compliance happening. If that is the case, increased compliance means there should be more bays available. So I'm basically suggesting through my amendment that you be given the third permit, and that also applies to the service provider's permit. The service provider's permit should be continue to be available free of charge. Obviously, the service providers have to demonstrate the fact that they are contracted to work for the individuals to get that permit, but I do not believe there should be a cap on that. There's also small adjustments just to the numbering, but the final part, which I also think is a very important part, is basically requesting the CEO prepare a report on options for community consultation with affected residents regarding the type and number of residential parking permits made available. Now, the reason this is so important, because as I had flagged before, a decision was made in 2018 to decrease the number from 5 to 2. Since then, we haven't actually done a status update to check with the majority of residents whether or not that change is working. So I want to make sure that we do a proper consultation to address the number and the type, whether or not the transition to e-permits as fully can take place. And this motion also puts on hold any further changes to the type and number of parking permits until Council has considered and made a resolution in relation to the report. Now, the reason that is important is because there is an impending reduction in the number of permits available from the 2+1, the 2+1 paid permit, to just the 2 in just over the next year's time. I would obviously hope that this report can come hopefully mid-next year, so we can have probably a year of both permits operating at the same time. We can assess how it's going. I do hope that the majority of residents transition across to e-permits, but then we can then have a targeted approach in dealing with the issues and concerns. So we're not ruling out e-permits altogether, but it's important we have a smooth transition. And I do actually believe making this transition across will make some efficiencies, but the efficiencies have to happen in a gradual manner so that no one, particularly the most vulnerable members of society, are negatively impacted and decreasing their ability to socialise with friends and family who might come to visit. So that's why I will be moving the amended recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Raftis, did you seek the call earlier? Further comments? Councillor Fishwick.
Just a question, if I may, Mr Mayor. In relation to the continuation of the paper-based system, say till the 30th of June 26 or even longer, would the city be faced with the same conundrum then of receiving questions or complaints from people who are there, they don't have not able to use information technology all that well? Given that I think from the report was 35 in the CBD and virtually less than a handful in the suburbs.
Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. We did make some observations in the report regarding an extended continuation of the paper permits and noted that it could lead to greater difficulties in fully implementing e-permits as account holders may become complacent or further insistent on retaining paper permits. So there obviously is some reluctance by some members of our community to transition across based on the current timelines. The intent behind the officer recommendation is to provide an incentive that would hopefully increase that uptake. But as I said, I think a longer transition period may result in it becoming more challenging to transition across to an e-permit system in its entirety.
Further comments? Deputy Mayor, no, sorry, Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to close?
Yes, just very briefly. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I've heard a few of the conversation pieces tonight. You know, clearly there is still people out there that are concerned about these in certain ways. As Councillor Hutton pointed out, there was a meeting that 20 people turned up to, and that was just on the weekend there that Councillor Hutton mentioned.
Point of order. I don't believe any reference was made to the number of people that showed up at the meeting.
A number of people turned up to Councillor Hutton in the park. Is that better?
I think the point from the Deputy Mayor is giving a specific number of people wasn't something that he can recall being raised in debate. So if it wasn't something that was raised in debate, it's something that's new information being raised in
something I was aware of, but I will change that if that's what Deputy Mayor wishes, and I can change it to a number of people.
Thank you, Councillor.
I don't want to get caught in semantics on it. So I apologise. Look, it's just about creating a simple system. People need the time to transition, and we just give them that time to transition. So I encourage everyone not to support this one and support the foreshadowed alternate, which would give these people the time that they need. They're not going to become complacent because they're now given a time frame. That's something they can work to. It's something that their website can work towards to obviously fine-tune their systems, as it has been mentioned by the city that period of overlap is required. So I think this is fair to everyone if we just listen to the residents and the ratepayers in this instance.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. I declare the voting closed. The vote is tied. I will therefore, as is usually my practice, cast my casting vote with the officer's recommendation and declare the motion carried. Next item of business is item 16.1, notice of motion number 1. Councillor Fishwick.
Well, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move my notice of motion as contained on page 206 of the agenda.
Thank you. So moved. I have a seconder. Seconded, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Following on from the rationale contained...
Sorry, I meant Councillor Vinciulo. Sorry, it's been 4 hours in the chair. Seconded, Councillor Vinciulo. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Following on from the rationale I provided in the on page 206 in the agenda, I believe that the foundation of good governance and transparency and accountability and informed decision-making is paramount. The Council relies on reports to make decisions that impact on the community. However, there's a procedural gap, I believe, in new and additional information that arises after the publication of the agenda and is disseminated to elected members and the public. The motion seeks to address that gap and by requesting the CEO to review the report template and to include a new section called additional information, and that section would capture and formally document new data or emerging details or clarifications arising from the briefing sessions and committee meetings that are relevant to our deliberations. Currently, when reports are presented at a briefing session, elected members often ask questions that require further research by the administration, and these responses or queries may be crucial to the officer's report and ultimately the Council's decision-making process. However, that new information is only reflected in the notes to the briefing session, and therefore some of that information is not conveyed to the Council in its minutes. So, and even at committee meetings, there is a situation where a committee recommendation is amended by the committee, and the rationale for that coming to Council is not documented, so those who don't attend that committee aren't aware of what debated and changed that, amended that recommendation, or an alternative was adopted. So under the city's current meeting structure, the agenda for an ordinary council meeting could be disseminated 7 days after the briefing session instead of 2 days. So during this period, therefore, it could include the new or additional information that is relevant to the decision-making process. And I think this approach ensures that elected members have access to the most current and complete information when making decisions. By ensuring that all new and relevant information is formally recorded and accessible, we strengthen the city's commitment to transparency and accountable governance. So the inclusion of additional information section in reports, I think, is simple and critical for our decision-making processes. So this will enhance our procedural fairness, strengthen democratic governance and improve transparency for elected members and the public. So for these reasons, I believe that an additional information section is most important to be changed in the report template, so that when information is got, which may be a table or a legal opinion or something like that that's asked for and got, and it could change the officer's view or recommendation, that information is critical in the decision-making process and ought to be in the formal minutes of the council, so therefore it ought to be included in the agenda. So thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you. Through you, just briefly, I'm supportive of any process that improves overall communication. When I saw Councillor Fishwick's motion, I'm incredibly open-minded to it if the council believes that it will improve our communication process and be able to make more informed decisions moving forward. So on the basis of improving comms, I'm supportive and look forward to the council's interpretation of the notice of motion presented by Councillor Fishwick. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm very much in support of the notice of motion. I think it's a good improvement should we be able to bring it through. So I would look forward to seeing the report. I think having that additional information to allow the public and the community to understand the nature of decisions, and particularly additional information that flows through into the notes, I think will be a positive benefit. So look forward to the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Fishwick, do you wish to close?
Since there's no one objecting, no, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. That now brings us to the point at which we'd suspended meeting procedures, and I'm proposing a notice of motion to close the meeting to members of the public. So thank you to those who are still in the gallery. Respectfully, about to close the meeting. So I'm proposing a procedural motion as you see before you. I won't go through it. It's quite long because we've got two different items, although what I will note is that it is to close the meeting to members of the public to consider the following items, being item 12.4, confidential status of legal actions report, and item 14.2, confidential Sorrento Beach enclosure, and 2, permits the following employees to remain, noting that we are also having at 2.10 the Manager of Communication and Stakeholder Relations, Hannah Tagore, staying with us. So you can just add that as a 2.10. They've got that? Oh, no, it's there, 2.7. Thank you. I've got a few different versions here, and also in item 3 of this motion, also permitting Mr Adam Spitz, who is a special counsel from Thompson Gear, and advising the council on this matter to remain in. Do I have a seconder for that procedural motion? Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I will put the procedural motion by a show of hands. Those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Please close the doors.
Could I seek a mover for that motion? Thank you, Councillor Chua, and seconded by Councillor Kingston. By show of hands, those in favour? Thank you, that's carried unanimously. So we'll now wait for the meeting to be open. Thank you. If we can resume our seats, please. Elected members. In accordance with clauses 5.2 brackets 6 and 7 of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Local Law 2013, I'm now going to read out the decision of Council on the two confidential items. Firstly, with regard to item 14.2, confidential item on Sorrento Beach enclosure. Just wait till it's on the screen behind me. Yep. So Council voted that in relation, number one, in relation to the authorisation of relevant city officers, endorses option 1 as detailed in this confidential report, and point 2, in relation to settlement conditions, endorses option 1 as detailed in this report. The other confidential item was item 12.4, confidential item status of legal actions report. And Council voted that Council notes the status of legal action report for matters that may have a contingent liability and are unresolved for the month of February 2025. Just checking with governance that is satisfactory. Now move to a motion to resume the order of business, that Council resumes the operation of clause 4.3 of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Local Law 2013 order of business. Can I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Kingston. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. To members by show of hands, those in favour? Declare the voting closed and carried unanimously. We now move on to item 17, announcement of notices of motion for the next meeting. Are there any notices of motion to be considered for the next meeting, elected members? Councillor Kingston.
I'll have one, but I will, probably more than one, but I'll need to actually confer with Councillor Joondalup about them. Thank you.
Any other elected members? If not, we'll now move on to item 18, closure. That concludes tonight's council meeting, and I hereby close the meeting at 10:50 p.m. Thank you and good evening.